On the job hunt?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
are you close enough to Charlotte or more Hickory?
I am more Hickory, but I put in for jobs in Charlotte. Actually, I'm 50 miles from where I am. I put in for jobs.
That's why always absorbs faster.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So where are you currently located, Angie?
I'm in Hickory.
You're in here. And so you're looking for something in manufacturing? quality?
Well, not necessarily. I'm going within a 50-mile radius from where I am, and mainly trying to stay in quality management or project management or some type of improvement management or supervisor or something like that.
Yeah. It's a tough time in the West.
Yeah.
And so prayers for that search. Hopefully things will turn around. What time is it? We got everybody. Let's see. Brad, you and I need to talk. Maybe we can do that at the first break. I did go and see Barry. I have shared his survey. I have not heard back from him. I tried to get up with him yesterday and didn't, but I have if that doesn't work out, I have an alternative plan. So we'll talk about that.
All right, thank you.
And so there's a follow-up. Well, I've got 9 o'clock. We'll get started. I don't think everybody's with us yet, but we'll catch them up as we go. So thank you for joining me this morning. It's good to see you all. Hope you're well. Prayers for everybody. I know family members, COVID continues to be an issue. Jonathan, you have any feedback on how things went yesterday for vaccinations? Gardner-Webb was involved in that yesterday as well, and I understand it's your campus.
Yeah, everything went good. They started around 9 o'clock and ran up till I think late afternoon. And I don't know how many were vaccinated. I was kind of in and out all day, but I saw that most of our employees had signed up for the vaccination. So unfortunately, I had booked mine like 3 or 4 days prior. Because I wasn't aware that the college was going to do a clinic. It was kind of like an all of a sudden type thing, and I was already booked, so I just went with the appointment that I had, right? So I've been vaccinated once, and I go for my second one on the 30th, and no side effects or anything like that. The only thing that I had was terrible arm soreness the next day, and that's my fault. It was a drive-through clinic, and so when we drove through, I rolled down the window, stuck my arm up, right? That's how I got my shot, and it should have been down. So I paid for that the next day.
Yeah, when I got my first one, I had a good bit of arm soreness. And my wife had some arm soreness. I took her 3 days later. We staggered hours. Old people have to do that. You can't take care of one another if you're both down at the same time. One of those learning curve things over the years, but no, I had a little arm soreness, and that was pretty much it for me. Unfortunately for her, she had the arm soreness, but then she has broken out almost like shingles on her back, underneath and around, which is one of the side effects that you get if you have like an egg allergy, or my wife has the strawberry allergy. And so when she eats strawberries, she breaks out in the band like that. And so she broke out in the band. So, but we've had, I'm glad Gardner-Webb was able to piggyback on the Cleveland because I just didn't feel confident that the people that they had at Gardner Webb would be able to pull off a site at Gardner Webb. There's certain restrictions and requirements and those things. And so I jokingly said, and it's a joke, but it's not really a joke, I guess, that I didn't have a lot of confidence since the fellow they put in charge of it was the same one they put in charge of getting rid of all the stray cats. And since that's not, he started with 3 and we now got 20. So, I mean, that's just, you know, it's anecdotal, I guess, but I mean, I can count cats. So I guess that's quantitative data. But I said, and so they put out, you might have seen it this past week, a blast email about don't feed the cats on campus. And they're going to tell on you to the president if you did. And I thought, well, they know who does it. There's just one lady who feeds the cats. They all come running and she feeds them, puts little plates out. So they moved them from the cafeteria building down to our building. So they're all down at our building now. And they've had several new litters. And the cats have kind of taken over. But I would pay to keep the cats because for whatever reason, Steve Law's got a new black car and they crawl up on his car and sleep. And I take pictures and send them to him. Drives him crazy. That's one of the joys of my life is to send him pictures of those cats up on his new car. And so if you know Laws, you understand my joy over the cats. But that's the fellow they put in charge of the COVID at the college, and so he's out of his element, and so it's not been good. So I'm glad that they were able to partner. I think they got about 100 slots for Gardner Webb faculty and staff, which is not nearly enough. My suspicion is we're less than halfway to where we need to be there, according to the data right now. So we've got, I think, 525 employees that work on campus, about 150 or 75 faculty, the rest are staff. So we're going to need a couple of 3 more of those events to happen in order to get our vaccination rate up, because, you know, we've stayed open during all of this, and some of us are just slipping into the office and slipping out in the afternoons after the undergraduates get out of our building. We would like to return to some sense of normalcy here by summer school. So hopefully by May, we'll have everybody vaccinated and get this, get to moving on. We don't teach this class in the summer, but I've got 2 doctorals coming up in the fall that are going to be face-to-face in Charlotte. So I would like for everybody to try to get their vaccine before we do that. Those of you who know the Charlotte facility, older building without real good air handling capability. So that's one of those infrastructure deals, and we don't have the money to. I talked with a friend of mine yesterday who's in the manufacturing environment, and he's talking about they are a paper company, and he does their hardware and statistics. He said that they make the frames for air filters. Said you can't, they're running that production line night and day. A certain type of filter that's supposed to help with COVID. The problem is if you don't have air handling machines that use those filters. Another infrastructure problem. So I think everybody's about got here now that's coming this morning. Again, welcome. First thing I want to do this morning, I want to do a quick debrief on our last case study. Looking at it again, it was a survey that contained both quantitative and qualitative questions. Quantitative being how much, how many, rate this. Somebody jump in. I think I'll start with Jonathan this morning. Jonathan, what was wrong with the survey from the qualitative end?
Which one was that, Dr. Lamb? Sorry, I had to.
I'm sorry. I can see it, but y'all can't. Let me share my screen. I'm sorry. when we look at this survey, the quantitative piece of this survey, this one, this survey. So let's look at the quantitative first, since it came first. All right, what's wrong with this quantitative survey?
Well, a lot of things. We covered this one last course, right?
Yeah, last time we met together, this is the debrief on it, just as a reminder. This launches us in. Today, we're making the conversion over from quantitative to qualitative. And this survey is exactly that, since it utilizes both, it's the bridge that we use to move this course from the first half. Of course, this is beginning the second half of the course today. And this kind of straddles both sides. And so everything that we should have learned about quantitative, we apply that to this survey. So what have we learned about quantitative this semester so far that tells us this survey is either good or bad?
It's on a 5-point scale as opposed to a 4-point scale. That's one of the problems. And the other is that it's self-report. And there was another one. Well, the math's wrong on some of it.
Yes.
So there's 3 things.
And
if you worded it in the discussion board that it was beyond repair.
And the calculations, because some of the questions are only 10 responses, some are 12 responses. So we're not really sure. Why didn't 2 people answer, or were there only 10 people in the group and some of them answered twice? So those are the kinds of things that lead us to believe that the data produced from the quantitative is not reliable. We don't know about how the data was collected in that. Why are there 10 responses on one and 12 on the other? So we have a reliability issue. We think that the questions are valid. I mean, this is what we want to know, and this is a way to measure them. But since they're not reliable, is it usable data? Can you have one and not the other, and it still be usable data? That's the first question you have to ask. Well, no. If it's not reliable, it doesn't matter if the questions are valid. It doesn't produce valid data because it's not reliable. This is the example of that. So that's validity and reliability are the heart of research and data. And if that's the first litmus test that you have. And if your quantitative data is not reliable, it can't, no matter how valid the questions are, it doesn't produce valid data. All right. Then the scale itself is designed to, this is a either or thing. This is not some, how satisfied am I on a scale. This is agree, disagree. This is kind of binary. Either you agree strongly or just agree, or you disagree strongly or disagree. We don't use a sliding scale like this when we're looking for something that's binary. That's an either or. And so we use a scale like this when we're looking for gradients or degrees of something, like satisfaction. What degree? This is binary. We want to know if you agree or strongly. We're trying to collect data that's valid, so we want to know whether you agree with it or don't agree with it. So there's a validity problem there as well. Even though the questions may be valid, how we allow people to answer them does not give us valid data. So those are the problems with the quantitative instrument. All right, now let's move down to the qualitative data. And the qualitative question was, anything else you'd like to add? What's wrong with that?
It's too
Anybody,
vague.
somebody.
It's too vague.
It's
It
too
needs to be more
vague.
specific.
By not defining themes, we could have gotten something like, I don't like the hours that our cafeteria are open. What's that? It's just, we need to define our categories. Now, the difference here that we're talking about is the overall concept of data collection, from what perspective you're collecting it from. And we categorize that as we move into qualitative as ETIC, E-T-I-C, and EMIC, E-M-I-C. ETIC and EMIC, that's the heart of, just like validity and reliability are the heart of quantitative data collection, ETIC and EMIC are the heart of qualitative data, E-T-I-C and E-M-I-C. And so let me get to that. I've got it queued up. Look at me. If I press the right button. There we go. ETIC is outsider looking in. That would be like when you're doing an ethnography and you're observing a group in their natural environment. EMIC is perspective from the inside. All right. And you know what questions to ask. The issue for a consultant when you're coming in, you better know you better understand they're paying you for an EMIC view, an insider's view of the organization. You better ask specific questions. You already better define the things that you want to know. The problem with this consultant is they did this like they were doing an ethnography, just to add to the knowledge about the world. No, this corporation wanted to know specific things. This business, this corporation, and what you have to understand as a consultant, they don't pay you just to find whatever you find, or hey, hang around a while and tell us what you think. The qualitative was open-ended, but it was too open-ended. There were no things. Just tell us whatever you think. You just get random thoughts. There's no pattern. There's no grouping. There's no themes that emerge. Here's a better one. All right. This comes from our classmate, Vic, and her consultancy project. And so she's looking at a collective leadership survey for her faculty. She's part of that faculty. She's the head of that faculty, and she, from an insider's perspective. And so questions 1 through 5 will be on a 4-point scale. We've actually already got the survey in the hopper, but look at her questions down at the bottom. She's defined the things that she wants to know about from the EMIC point of view, which would be what a consultant would want to use. How does leadership promote trust and collegiality? So that's her first thing. Second is educational professionals. How are you treated? Are you respected as an educational professional? Wants to know about improvement activities is related to responsibility to improve the school. How does school leadership promote staff participation in decision making and planning? Empowerment as a school-wide leader. How are professional development opportunities in my school individualized? Is it just all whole group professional development, or is there more small group and one-on-one? There's 3 types of professional development: whole group, small group, one-on-one coaching. Are they do we just do general sessions, or do we track it down into smaller groups and move on into one-on-one? She has defined the themes that she wants to know about as the researcher, as the consultant to this school. She has defined the themes that she wants to know about. And so that would be an EMIC perspective. Again, back to that document. This is an insider perspective versus an outsider perspective. They don't pay consultants to be outsiders. You might be an outsider, but that perspective won't help them. So if you're not Vic, if you're not the leader, if you're not embedded in the organization, how do you go about making sure you ask the right questions and don't just leave it open-ended, as Stacia said, where it's just so vague that you don't get any real usable data. How do you, as a consultant, I'm going to go to Vic, since I borrowed her survey this morning. I'm going to go to Vic. All right. So Vic is embedded in that organization, and she knows what she wants to know as a consultant. Think about if you weren't embedded in that organization, if you'd just been hired to come in, how would you go about defining those themes that you define?
Well, I'll use an example from our case study. We did the Dixie weaving, and we wanted to get that emic perspective from observing and from looking at documents such as in human resources. That was our angle, to look at their policies, procedures, and hiring practices. But to me, it would be existing in that environment to kind of see the relationships and to look at different pieces of data.
All right. Excellent. All right. So tell me where do we derive qualitative data? 3 sources: interviews, observations, and documents. Those are our 3 sources of qualitative data. Now, Vic has defined for us correctly this morning that many times the way that we get that insider, that emic perspective, is we review documents first. Before we start talking to people, before we start observing what goes on in the organization, we want to look at their documents. We want to look at that first. Now, those documents themselves may have quantitative data on them. That's okay. But it's kind of a process. In order to get that emic perspective, which if you can't get that, you're no help as a consultant. You're just some random person walking through the organization. In order to be able to get those questions that aren't vague, as Stacia categorized them this morning, in order to get those, first thing you ought to do is look at documents of an organization. Even before you walk in the door, these are the things that I need from you. These are the documents that I need to review. Performance, evaluations, whatever area. If you're working on culture, mission, vision, send me your documents, your handbook on mission, vision. Let me review all of these things first. And that will lead us to a picture, an unbiased, because I like to do this before I walk in. I don't want to be biased as I walk in. I want to look at these documents first, which should be an unbiased view of what these documents tell me. And from there, I can develop an idea. And it also gives me some themes that I develop my themes that my qualitative work is going to take. One of the things that we have to be careful of as qualitative people is thinking that everything that we see is qualitative data. Well, Dale, that's kind of dumb. What does that mean? Well, we have to be careful about our own biases, about anecdotal things that are one-off or outliers or those kinds of things. We have to be careful of that, thinking that that is data. It's just information until we can categorize it and make sense out of it. For example, back to our survey that we used in our case study. That was used in this case study. Let me get back to it. All right. what's important out of this is not the individual statements that they made, but it's the themes that emerge. That's what's important. That's what's usable are themes. That's what we're looking for in qualitative data, not individualistic statements. We're looking for themes so that we can make sure that they're not one-off. It's just like when we do quantitative work, we're looking to do much what we do in qualitative. Qualitative, we're looking to do what we do in quantitative. In quantitative, we don't just survey one person or collect data from one person and say this is how it is for everybody. Remember, sample and population. We're trying to make sure that our sample is reflective of the larger population. Well, an individualistic statement won't help us do that on qualitative, but themes will. Do themes emerge throughout the organization so that it's not just the opinion of one person? We're looking for emerging themes. Documents help us define those themes, and then we go explore them. It's really hard just to take just a bunch of just random observations and find themes within those. But documents will help us define those themes, just like in Vic's survey here, she has defined her themes from the documents and data at her organization. These are issues, these are concerns, these are things that we need to know more about. She's defined 5 themes here. She did that from data from her school, documents that she observed as being an insider. You've got to get that inside path, but it's of very little value to ask just general open-ended questions. They've got to have some themes, some formats, some shape to them. That's what you're looking for. That's what you're looking for as you move into that. That's what you're looking for. All right. Any questions on that case study? The things that you were supposed to take away and learn from that case study about methodology. All right. So let's talk about methodology this morning. We're going to wrap up quantitative, and I want to do that quickly. We've got chapters 14. So I want to talk about that. So when we're looking to do quantitative data analysis, the heart of that is analysis of variance, not t-test. T-test is a very simplistic, did the numbers move pre to post? Problem with that is alternative explanations. Now, I gave many of you the answer on that, on pre and post when we're working with that. The problem with that is outside explanations or alternative explanations or time, maturity, practice, those kinds of things. So I think I'll pick on Ricky a little bit this morning. I mean, one of the things that we talk about is SAT scores for high schools. And the best way to utilize SAT prep course is to take the SAT once, take the course, and then take the SAT the second time, and then stop. There's a number of quantitative issues that tell us that that's the best method by far. And so here are some of those issues. Number one, you don't have time in between the tests to learn any more math or literature or those things. And so the SAT prep courses only teach you how to take the test better. They don't add content there, So when you do that treatment, a treatment is usually either content or process. We either teach you more math, or we teach you how to, that would be content, or we teach you how to take a math test better. And that's what the SAT prep courses do. They teach you how to take the test better. Now, a lot of the gain that you get on that treatment from pre-test to post-test, we're talking about that treatment, the SAT prep course, A lot of that is simply the practice effect that you can practice on your own. You know, practice taking the test on your own, but they give you tips and clues and pointers that kind of speed the learning process for you. But it's not the content of the SAT course. They don't teach you more math. They simply teach you how to manipulate the test better, how to eliminate one or two choices and be a better guesser. That's what they do. You don't get it twisted that they're actually teaching you more, you know more, that you've learned more. No, you've learned how to manipulate the test. And a lot of that, the majority of the actual gain that you'll get, which is about 100 points, the majority of that is simply the practice effect too. If you were disciplined enough, or or the student was disciplined enough that they took 2 or 3 practice tests every day, they could get pretty much the same results on their own. But what the SAT prep course does is forces them to then have the discipline to do that. And so you take the test, you score 1,000. You do the prep course, and then you score 1,100. I'm using round numbers here. All right. What's the average? What's the mean of those two scores? 1,000, 1,100. Add those two together. That's 2,100. We divide that by 2. So what's the mean here?
1050.
1050. All right, so we've established what our mean is. What happens after we've scored that 1,100? What happens when the guidance counselor says to us, you know, if you get 1,250, you can get in Chapel Hill? What happens the next time we take the test, however? The statistical theorem of regression to the mean kicks in. Your last score was 1,100. Your mean was 1050. What happens every subsequent test when you didn't learn more math, all you did was learn how to manipulate the test? What happens? Your scores regress back to the mean. So we know that taking it twice with a treatment in between is all we really need. And the problem with pre-test, post-test is it's not so much the course, it's the practice that gets us there. And after that practice effect wears off, we slide back down. Now, that's called regression to the mean. That's the problem. Now, here's the ethical piece of that. That's the problem. And this was, the last, one of the places that I worked along was famous for this. What they would do is they would have guidance counselors, again, tell those kids that were well above the average to keep taking it. We had kids that took it 5, 7, 8 times, every time it was available. Why was that something that the district wanted? Even though their personal score didn't.
They had a bunch of.
Why was it good for the district for those top flyers to keep taking the test?
Because big numbers.
It rose the average. It made the average score increase in the district. We got about a 50-point bump on our average scores in the district because we had the best ones take it over and over again. Remember back to the example, we gave them the chance to be lucky, but we didn't give the low ones a chance. We didn't give them a chance to be unlucky, the ones that just barely got over. We didn't test the ones that were slightly below average. We told them, you've done it, quit. We just had the ones on the top half keep on taking it in order to pull the average up for the district. So what would be the ethical reporting of those scores? What should we only report?
Just the highest from one
first-time takers, rather than everybody who took it every time. And so we have to look at we look at something that we think is fairly straightforward. What's the average SAT score of the kids in Charlotte Mecklenburg who took the SAT? Something that sounds rather straightforward when in fact there's been a mass manipulation of it, where we have the best kids keep on taking it and pull our averages up every year. What happened when we had to stop doing that? What happened to our scores? They dropped 50 points across the board. our average dropped 50 points. So we had all these folks over in the Ed Center on the other side of the aisle from me on that side of the data, and they're scrambling. What are we going to do? Well, so the headline was top 10% of CMS SAT takers outscore the top 10% nationally. Buried way down in the story is, oh, by the way, the scores dropped 50 points overall. Again, a manipulation. It's easier, my point in all that long-winded story that you didn't want to hear this morning, when you're using pre and post, it's very simplistic. There's alternative explanation, and it's very easy to manipulate. Very easy to manipulate. When I see somebody doing t-testing, my first thought is they're hiding something. They're using an oversimplified version. We ought to be looking at something a lot deeper, which is analysis of variance. And that tells us, A, if the results are significant, if it's due to chance or error, and B, I can know what the correlates are, and I can look at subgroups and those kinds of things. So t-test for significance is a very, very rudimentary, and it's fine if you use it ethically, but the problem in real life is most of the time when we use t-test, and that's the only data we report, and we don't look any deeper than that. Usually the reason we did that is we're trying to set the narrative rather than actually tell what's happening. We have an end in mind that we're trying to match the data to. We can't let the narrative get in the way of, we can't let the data get in the way of a good story, as we always say in the business. And so that's the problem. There's nothing wrong statistically, mathematically with a t-test, other than it's a very simplistic measure. It doesn't allow for variables. It doesn't allow for alternative explanation. It doesn't allow for any of those things. It simply tells you that if this group that you're working with, it simply tells you what you're working with, that if the actual effect that you got is real or not. That's all a t-test does. It says this didn't happen by chance. So that leads us to significance. And please remember, statistical significance just means that we're 95% sure that these results are real, that it speaks to chance and error. It does not speak to how strong they are, how meaningful, or any of that. It just talks about your technique. That's all significance is, and that's all a t-test really measures is chance or error. A very simplistic way to present data or to look at experimental how you do things. And so the question from Angie is, does the district get something for SAT scores? Absolutely. Money. Getting budgets passed, getting money for those things. Administrators get bonuses and keep their jobs based on their outcomes. You better believe as a high school principal, part of when they sit down and look at your scores, the SAT is near the top of the list. Again, but it's according to what your perspective is. When I said that, I'm using Charlotte Mecklenburg as an example, because our stated goal was to send every kid to Carolina or Harvard. That wasn't implied, that was stated. Well, what about all these workforce kids? What about Seton? No, we don't care about that. Our goal in this district is everybody goes, and superintendents, everybody goes to Carolina or Harvard. That's our goal. And so that meant SAT moved to the top of the list in terms of what your school's average SAT score was. So what did a lot of principals have guidance counselors doing? Simply looking at the score list, and these are the kids that we want. We'll even find ways to raise money to pay for the test themselves, because we want these kids taking the test. And so, yes, there was money involved, and the reporting was done in such a way that allowed you to manipulate underneath. Now, if we had done analysis of variance, and we would look at specific subgroups and first-time takers and minorities or girls or boys or whatever, if we looked at those things, there would have been no need to manipulate. But since we were just looking at pre and post test, that gave us that margin to cheat, even though we knew that we were recommending kids to keep on taking the test, and we knew it wasn't going to help their scores. It was actually, going to bring their average down. But because they were above our school average, we wanted them to be tested anyway. So that's the ethics of this. So to summarize chapter 14, if you want to find out what really is going on, you use analysis of variance. If you want to give yourself some room to manipulate, then you simply use t-test. And so when you look at data, as a consumer of data, when you look in the margin or the notes and you look at what kind of a statistical analysis was formed, you should be the light bulb should come on, your first clue that there might be a story underneath, or they're not telling me the whole story if you see people using t-tests. T-tests are most useful for people inside. They're not, that's not something that you would be out publicly reporting. That you would be using analysis of variance. All right. So let's move on to our next one as we're concluding our quantitative part. So that's that one. Correlation. We can do analysis of variance, which gives us correlation, and this tells us how strong our finding is. T-test just tells us there's no error. If we run analysis of variance, or if we do correlation, we can know that that there was an effect, that we did get a result, and how strong or meaningful that result was. We did this treatment. Now we got to find out. It tells us what our correlates are and how strong those correlate, how strong they are one way or the other. So something like, somebody give me an example of a negative correlate. A negative correlation. I'll give you one then. Exercise and weight. The more exercise you do, what happens to your weight? Goes down. So that would be a negative correlation. That would be on the minus side. What is the correlation between exercise and weight? It's about negative 0.6. That's meaningful, isn't it? Anything 0.6 or above is meaningful. When people see that minus, they think, well, that's bad. Minus negative 0.6. No, that's good. That means the more you exercise, the less you'll weigh. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So the thing to remember about correlation is negative doesn't mean bad. Positive doesn't mean good. It's a positive relationship between heat and ice cream. But there's also a positive between heat and crime. When heat goes up, what does crime do, Brad? Goes up as well. That's not a good thing. So don't confuse negative and positive. A negative correlation does not always mean bad, and a positive correlation doesn't always mean good. And what we're looking for is about a 0.6. That means a correlation of about 60% is what we're looking for it to be meaningful. Now, the problem comes in that 0.3 to 0.6 range. There's where, if it's less than 0.3, then you can't spend money on it. The problem, and if it's 0.6 or better, you ought to spend money on it, whatever that treatment is. The problem arises from 0.3 to 0.6. Somebody explain that to me. Your consultants, what process would we undertake if our correlation, if the treatment was correlated with the outcome that we wanted, somewhere between 0.3 and 0.6, what would we have to do to make a decision whether we would pay to continue that treatment, whatever we're doing, or expand it and do more of it, or stop it? What would we have to do? What's the cost benefit analysis?
Yeah.
Brad?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, just more research just in that topic, because it's not enough. You have to dig a little deeper on that.
You'd have to dig a little deeper, but I'd also do, or along with it, I'd do a cost benefit analysis. All right. So let's say that our correlation is 0.5. That's getting close to 0.6. That's getting close to meaningful. Now, the treatment is going to cost us, for an organization, it's going to cost us $5,000. And our yearly budget, that organization, is $100 million. It's going to cost us $5,000. Cost benefit analysis. Is it worth it if it costs $5,000 in a $100 million business? Jim?
My first reaction is yes. It's not that much money in the overall
Yeah,
budget.
it's not that much money. Wayne?
Yeah, I would agree, because it's not that much money for a $100 million company.
It's not that much money. All right. What if it's $1 million?
What's the return on investment?
There we go. What's that cost benefit analysis? What's return on investment? $1 million. $1 million, 1% of your budget. Better be good. Rule of thumb, 1%. That's kind of your break-even point right there. That's your sweet spot. Judge Manning, as one of the continued rulings in the Leandro case in North Carolina. Full disclosure, I was on the losing side of that case. I worked for the law center at that time. Research associate, Chapel Hill, worked for the law center. They moved it off the campus. It's over to Friday Center now. The biggest court case in America in school funding was in North Carolina in the 90s. 5 low wealth counties sued. Some of you who've been through the MELS program know this. Sued the state and said the flat grant funding formula of per pupil is not equitable for low wealth districts. We won't go into all of it. It's a long case. It's been ongoing for 26 years now.
That's what I was just about to ask. Is it not still going? Because one of the nonprofits that I work with is working with a I forget what a guy is from, but we're working around the Leandro.
Yep.
Because
So,
it's like sound education for all students.
Basic education for all. And so it led to a lot of things. And so we won't. 84, the basic education plan was passed, and 10 years later, low wealth districts said we aren't getting it. So they sued. We aren't getting that basic education. And they wanted how the state funds schools, the per pupil, to be changed. What they were looking for was a district power equalizing with recapture provision. That's a long-winded story in itself. Basically, $8,000. State sends $8,000 per pupil for average daily membership, not for the number on the roll, but the number that attend. That's why you have to take attendance every day in school. At the end of the month, they subtract the absentee rate, and so you don't get $8,000 up front for pupil from the state. You get it in 10 payments. After the first month, you get $800 per pupil for 10 times for that 8,000. Subtract the absentee rate. So if it's 5%, you get you get 760 rather than 800 for that kid. And so what the low wealth district said very quickly here is that because in 1966, as a result of the Civil Rights and the Elementary and Secondary School Act, North Carolina got out of funding the building and upkeep of school buildings. It became the sole responsibility of the local education agency, or LEA, which could either be the county district or the city district, to build buildings and maintain them. And so the low wealth districts, they were spending all their local money just on their buildings. And by the way, technology is capital as well. And so they said, we're strapped, just trying to keep the doors open on our buildings. We don't have money to buy extra teachers, give supplies or that stuff, but the high wealth districts do. So we're funded at $8,000 a year. Charlotte Mecklenburg adds another 4, so they're spending $12,000 a year on their kids. We're only spending $8 on ours. What we want you to do is take 2 from them and give it to us, so we both have 10. Let me say that again. We want you to take 2 from them, so you only give them 6. They add their 4, so they got 10. You take that 2 you took from them and put with our 8, we now have 10, and everybody's happy. 3 years it was in litigation. The first ruling was no. There's no right to an equal amount of funding, only a basic amount. And so over the years, the continuous of that is that a lot of kids, they aren't even meeting the basic, and so they're finding ways to fund more for equity in schools, but we still, the baseline has not changed. We still have a flat funding formula. So as we try to find ways to add, and so that's how we got the education lotteries in North and South Carolina. And as we know, they contribute nothing. The only thing they give to public schools is some pork barrel one-off money on capital projects that's mostly been wasted and stolen. But in large form, what is it? 13% of the lottery money actually comes through the process. By the time you pay out the winners and the company that runs it, there's only 13% of the money left at the end. And it gets divided up. Community college, Jonathan gets a little bit. And by the time that you get through it, it's negligible. It doesn't address equity. So along the way, there were individual rulings, and I'm going to get to the point of this story is Judge Manning made a ruling and said what was happening in Charlotte high schools was genocide. They had moved the 9th graders to the senior highs and stopped doing junior highs. I was a junior high principal in Charlotte, then I was a senior high. They had stopped doing junior highs and started doing middle schools. They moved all these 9th graders to the high schools with no support system whatsoever. It was just, in his words, I'm quoting him, genocide. So Charlotte Mecklenburg took $4 million and created the high school challenge, which was basically 9th grade academies for 3 high schools as a pilot program. $4 million. You would have thought it was all the money in the world. $4 million. The Gang of 5 ran to get on the county commission from the Republican Party, and leveraged that one issue into getting, and that was their sole issue. They're giving $4 million to these high schools. There's 3, Garinger, West Charlotte, West Meg. They're giving them $4 million of your tax money. Can you believe it? That was all the money in the world. Now, what was the budget for Charlotte Mecklenburg schools? That was in 97. What was the budget? $1.6 billion. $4 million was 1/4 of 1% of the budget. 1/4 of 1% of the budget for a mandated program from Judge Manning. They didn't care. That was, they made people believe that their kid was going without lunch or supplies in their class over $4 million. Nobody bothered to point out the correlation of freshman academies and success for those students and graduation rate. Nobody bothered to point that out. Nobody bothered to point out it's only 1/4 of 1%. Either of those would have been a valid argument against those people, but nobody bothered to do that. And all they could scream was $4 million. This must stop. That they're taking all of your, They're knocking your kid down and taking his lunch money. $4 million. But again, if we had known our numbers and had, and had politicians who had the courage to actually say, look at the correlate. This is a program that's that is the strongest correlate there is in terms of these ninth graders being successful in high school. It costs 0.25% of your budget. And it gets this is the effect on this is the effect size on the other end. This is how meaningful this is. We didn't have anybody smart enough to do that. We didn't have people in the public who knew their numbers. And so we didn't understand how statistics work. And so we watched that group get voted in and basically burn the house down until they could get voted out on the next cycle. I mean, but that kind of sets the tone of what we're talking about here. We need to know what our correlates are, whether they're positive or negative. We need to know when they're not really strong on the meaningful side, the correlate isn't real high. We need to be able to do a cost benefit analysis. Is it worth it? The break-even point is 1% of your budget. If it's 1% or more and it's not meaningful, 0.6 or better, you need to let it go. It might be good. It might help some people, or might be, like in this case, it might help some kids, but you got to let it go because you can't fight that political battle. I've given you an extreme example, but it's hard to defend yourself if you're spending more than that. The most political organization that I know of are community colleges. They were conceived, designed, built, and run as patronage organizations. And so even more so than public schools. And I'm going to ask our community college people, I'm going to ask them why I just made that bold statement. Give me an example of why I'm wrong or an example of why I'm right.
Why they are the most political of organizations?
A patronage organization, understanding what patronage means. Why are they the most political based on that they are patronage organizations, even more so than public schools? Why is that?
Well, I'll take a stab at it. I think that the word community is embedded into the name of the organization. I mean, you are serving a constituency. So Cleveland Community College, for instance, we serve Cleveland County. That means everybody in Cleveland County. How do you serve Shelby and Kaiser the same? Especially when we're just a couple miles away from city center of Shelby, but we are 15 or so miles or 20 from Kaiser. And then that's a diverse constituency group. They all need different things, and we're expected to meet them all where they are, no matter how big that gap might be.
And so what Jonathan has defined for you is what I just said is they were designed to be patronage organizations. They were designed to be political organizations, community-based. They were set up that way. Now, patronage organization, what that means is we can hire anybody we want. They don't have to have any qualifications. And that's one of the ways that they were intended to be that way, so we could hire somebody from Kaiser to make sure that we included them when we were serving them. Do you have to have a teacher certificate to teach at a community college? That would be no. Public schools are set up, and who licenses teachers? The state board. And so you can't just hire whoever that comes by, but there might be some jobs for community in certain things, but the professional staff have to have professional credentials. Community college can hire anybody they want to for anything that they want to. They have resisted over the years any kind of a certification, board certification process at the state level. So the Department of Public Instruction does not monitor who they hire or certify them as a teacher or administrator or any of those things. They are a patronage organization. They're designed to be that way. They are the ultimate political animal. Everything they do is in question, though. The good side, the good part of that is, and to get to my point, is they can do pretty much whatever they want to. The bad side is everything they do is up for debate. And every penny can be debated that they spend. You can't debate teacher salaries at public schools. Everything is up for debate at a community college. You better be able to show the efficacy, the effect of everything that you do in an organization like a community college. Conversely, I'm going to go to Jim now. What about stakeholders or stockholders in less patronage type organizations? What do they demand? Jim?
I would think that they would still want to get involved in the processes and get something in return. I'm probably not saying that the right way.
So everybody wants return on investment. Everybody has their notion of how money has to be spent. So many of these quantitative measures go back to our first case study of metrics that show that we're being effective, that we have to do cost benefit analysis. Public versus private. In private, Angie asked that question. Generally, nonprofits are public, and that's what this course, about. DEOL is about people who work in public nonprofits. Now, public nonprofits, private companies that are for profit. That's the only thing that matters in them. See, people have this. The notion here is people have this misconception that we don't care about money in nonprofits, because it says right in the title, nonprofits. The whole point of one of the whole overarching concepts of this course is that is a misnomer. That is wrong. Privates only care about profit. Do you actually think the people that advertise on TV that tell you that you're in good hands with Allstate, that they actually care about you? They care about profit. If it came down to a choice between you and profit, they pick profit every time. This notion that the market will correct and that people who put out bad profit products that hurt people, that they'll go out of business, that's not true. If that were the case, McDonald's would have to close tomorrow. I don't see McDonald's closing tomorrow, by the way. Not going to happen. What is it? What's the name of that documentary that guy did that he ate McDonald's food for how long? Somebody that knows that story better than me. Sinead, do you know that story?
Yeah, I know he ate it for a month. I forget the name of it. But he had some real serious health problems. Super Size Me. There it is.
That's
yeah.
it. That's the one I was talking about. That's why I used McDonald's example. If they see this video, they'll come after me. Oh man, yeah, Super Size Me. If we cared about public, if they cared about their actual consumers, Allstate. Who was it? Which one of the banks is it that just keeps on getting caught stealing money from their customers?
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo. There you go.
Absolutely.
We know that for profit, it says it right in the name. They only care about profit. They don't care about you as a consumer. They don't care if they actually fixed your brakes or not on your car. That's not part of it. They're driven by profit. We have this notion that nonprofits, especially publicly held nonprofits, but it's not. We don't care about the money. It couldn't be further from the truth. You have to design metrics that measure your effectiveness with money. we're going to spend money on this program. What percent of the budget is it? What kind of effect can we expect from it? Can we get 0.6 or better in terms of a correlation between that and the outcome that we want? We mistakenly think that because we're nonprofits that we don't have to be good stewards of the money or the public money. We think that, you know, that people will just automatically assume that we're making good decisions. And to Jonathan's point, they've got to serve an entire community. They have all the restrictions on who they hire and positions have been taken off, so that in theory they can, as a nonprofit, they can serve that entire community. That's a good example. And there's a reason why they don't have any restrictions on who they can hire. But that doesn't mean that people aren't watching how they spend that money, and that they don't have to show the efficacy of how that money was spent. Now, nonprofits also have the added burden, as we found in our first case study, of showing their effectiveness as well, not just how many people they serve, but how well they serve. That, again, privates don't have that. They don't have that burden. They don't care if they serve their client system well. It's all about the profit. It's all about the Benjamins. It's all about, you know, it's only about the quantitative piece. Don't be fooled. Don't get it twisted. They don't care about you. If they have to do a commercial on TV that says that we care about you, what does that mean? It means they don't care about you. If they have to tell you that they do. But what we have to understand in our business, in the nonprofit world, is that doesn't mean that money doesn't matter, and that we have to know our numbers, and we have to know the effectiveness. We have to get good data. We have to know how to analyze it. We have to be ethical in it. We can't use t-tests when we should be doing analysis of variance. That leads me to chi-square. Chi-square is most frequently used. We shouldn't be using it for the efficacy of programs either. It's allowable, but it's a little. When I see somebody using chi-square to try to determine the effect of a program, I know they're hiding something. Chi-square is, you use chi-square when you're simply testing the data from a survey, a distribution from a survey, to make sure that you have a random sample and not an outlier group. That's really the only ethical, in my opinion, ethical use of chi-square. When you get survey data, you surveyed this group. They're a sample of a larger population. And we're trying to determine if they're actually representative of the larger population or whether they're an outlier group within it. What chi-square will do, will take the distribution of those scores, what we call a frequency distribution, you know, a Gaussian model, a bell-shaped curve, and then they'll overlay what would be expected to be found in a distribution if they were in fact a random distribution or a random sample of the population. And it overlays the two models. And if the sample group doesn't fit that theoretical model fairly closely, we know that they're an outlier group. That's the only ethical use of chi-square. We can use it to test the effectiveness of programs, but it's like using a t-test instead of analysis of variance. It's very limited. It gives us wiggle room to hide things. The most appropriate use is testing distribution data. For example, when Vic collects her data, the first 5 questions in her survey are on a strongly agree to strongly disagree scale, and the scores that she gets 1 through 4, I've set it up so strongly disagree is a 1, strongly agree is a 4. And we'll add all those together to get but we'll look at the distribution of those scores, how many 1s we had, how many 2s, how many 3s, and how many 4s for each of those questions. And then we'll get an overall, what the composite score of those 5 is, and we can plot those on a frequency distribution. And then if she were going to publish an article, or she were going to talk about every elementary school in Clover District, we would have to do a chi-square. Since she's a consultant just working with her school, we don't have to do that. But if we're going to try to generalize the findings from her school to other elementaries in her district, We would have to do a chi-square so that know that her group is not an outlier group, but they represent the larger population of elementary schools in the Clover School District. That's when you use chi-square. Now, she won't have to use chi-square. Why? As a consultant, is she concerned about the elementary school next door other than just as a compassionate professional? No. When she gets her findings, is she going to send them to the principal over next door and say, here, do this? No. That's not what consultants do. Rarely as a consultant will you use chi-square, because every organization is paying you. They're not paying you to do research for the field or, you know, to add to the body of knowledge. That's not it. What they're doing is that they're paying you to customize solutions for them. There's not a lot of need for chi-square. And if you see that like t-test, where they're looking at effects and results and meaningful, the flag should go up that there's more to this story, and they're using a very simplistic tool for a very complicated analysis, and they're using a spoon rather than a fork to eat with. You need to understand that. And then the last of our chapters was what websites do you use? And the only thing that I'd have to say that is we're coasting into the break this morning. When we come back, I'm going to talk about, we're going to do our case study, and then I'm going to end the session after that. We're going to talk about our projects, our qualitative and quantitative today. And then we've covered a lot of the quantitative theories in the first 3 chapters of Merriam already, but coasting into the break here. What I am most concerned about when I work with folks is where they get their data from. All right, so last week, and I'm going to make sure I'm an equal opportunity insulter. Last week, I insulted Republicans. They don't do iron. This week, I want to insult Democrats. They don't do satire or hyperbole. You know, they have a hard time with that. They think you're talking real. Defund the police. No, we're just talking about moving the money from, you know, they spend 15 times as much money on tactical and shooting practice than they do on conflict resolution training. We want to see how the money is spent differently. We're not saying we don't need police departments, but see, folks on the far left, they thought that's what we meant when we said defund the police. Oh, we're just going to quit having police. No. They don't get hyperbole. That group doesn't get hyperbole. They don't get satire. On the other end, you got a group that doesn't get iron. And here's the problem. It's where they get their news, where they get their information. They get it from echo chambers. They think everybody thinks that way. The problem that we have in research and working as consultants is where do we get our data from? Where do we get our information? What websites, what in the world of the internet? Everything is not of the same value. Everything isn't of the same, everything is not as robust. Everything is not as valid. Everything is not as reliable. Everything is not as honest and ethical. Every website, if you Google any one particular thing in 5 websites, there will be a range of their validity, reliability, ethical concern, robustness. You've got to be careful where you consume your data from, or you develop an echo chamber like groupthink. Every Republican thinks this way, every Democrat thinks that way because of where they get their news from. Same thing happens to us in research. It's where we get our information from. You know, I would encourage you, make sure that you're going to, like the link in Blackboard to Bulldog One, that search engine, journal articles, professionally scholarly reviewed articles, not just anecdotal stuff off of Yahoo. As Angie points out, it's MSNBC versus Fox, yes. But also, though, we don't ever see anything in the middle. We only see this. So all the far left people, that they don't have the capacity for satire and hyperbole. On the other side, the far right doesn't have the capacity for irony. They don't get it. And so we come in two camps. Well, we can't be that as researchers. And when we're looking, as Brad was talking about, when we're doing a deeper data dive, when we're doing that deeper data dive, we can't just go to the places that we consume our information from and think that this is all clean and good. We have to look at the efficacy of that data. And I've given you some ideas this morning. There's certain clues. If they use open-ended things and don't define the categories or the things, I question that qualitative data. If they're using chi-square and t-test to do analysis of do factor analysis and analysis of variance and of variables, and to try, I would question that data. If they're using the term statistical significance, this data is significant in to imply that it's meaningful and not just speaks to error, that's a red flag. If we're claiming that a treatment caused this effect, that we're not looking for causality. We're talking about correlation, not causation. That this caused that, I would question that. So not only do you need to be careful what sites you go to consume data, and then put it through your test. How rigorous is this data? Go through your test. How'd they collect it? How'd they come up with their sample? Is the sample truly representative of the larger population or just that group? The Dems and the Libs, or the Libs, Dems, and the right and the left, Republicans, Democrats. Is it just from their perspective, these two, MSB and NBC or Fox? Is it just from their perspective, or is it really representative of the population as a whole? How to be, chapter 21 is where do you go to get your data, how to be, but the whole point of what we've done so far is how to be an intelligent and informed consumer of data and be an ethical user of that data in your research. That I can teach you how to cheat. And the reason I do is so that you'll know it when people are trying to cheat you. But you can't allow yourself to be deceived by the site where you consume your data. That's what 21 is all about. So we have worked through our first two case studies. We've worked through the first half of our course on the quantitative. We're going to, yes, Jim, there's actually a reference on the slides that I have on chapter 21 to that exact organization. If you'll look at that. Let's see, let me share my screen. Jim asked, is there a recognized that organization for statistics? Yes, I have that posted for you. Let me get rid of that one and go to 21. Right here is the answer to your question. That's on the PowerPoint for Salcon 21. Is where you'll find that. So we have done a brief introduction into qualitative that we'll pick up later this afternoon and kind of summarize it. But I've gotten you through the quantitative piece and enough of the qualitative that we ought to be able, after our case study this afternoon, right after lunch, we should be able to talk about our qualitative and quantitative projects. Now, I'll give you a little preview. I've been working with some of our classmates and was working with Vic a little bit this week. And so what we're going to do with Vic is we're going to do a survey much like the one in our last case study that has, as I showed you, the first 5 questions will be quantitative and will be on a 4-point Likert scale. And then, but we're going to do some open-ended, but they aren't just tell me what you think of. Open-ended does not mean tell me what you think. She's defined the most important themes to her from her literature review, and we're going to collect open-ended data on those. Now, she had to listen to her about an hour rant from me this week. And so she got extra this week. I heard her snoring twice. Of course, I didn't blame her. We were talking about theoretical models this week. and literature review and those kinds of things. And so, but she has done an excellent job in defining her themes. And so, in my opinion, she has got her methodology, and it's just that simple. Brad's got his. I've got it out to the police chief at Gardner Webb. I've not heard back from him. I'm going to try to track him down Monday. And if he's not, he doesn't respond to email. He's always in a vehicle. And so I'm going to try to track him down Monday. Hopefully he got his shot on Friday. I was with him last Monday. And so hopefully he got his shot. He's got some, not for public, so he's got some health issues. And so we'll see how that goes. If it doesn't, I talked to Dr. Hamilton. We're going to try to hook you up with Shelby. So we've got a plan and a backup plan. But he's got his, obviously Stacia's already doing hers, Jonathan's on his, and some other folks, Jim's on his. And so what we want to have this afternoon, once we get through your case study, is a candid conversation of how simple this really is. This is not, I think we're trying to get, I think we're trying to make this too hard. And it shouldn't take forever, and it shouldn't be 100 pages long. No, we're not writing dissertations. I'm more concerned about the quality than the quantity. So we'll have that conversation. All right. How'd we do on time this morning? What time is it? We're only 4 minutes over. That's not bad. So we'll be back at what do we take? A 15-minute break, and it's 10:19, 10:35. We'll be back. We'll be back at 10:35. Thank you. All right, I've got 10:35. Let's roll. All right, who hadn't gone first on Vic's ready to go? All right, we're rolling.
All right then.
Sorry, guys. Jim, you out there?
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
All right. So we looked at the Dixie Weaving Company and the scope of their work there at Dixie Weaving. I know there was 3 cases, so no one else may have looked at this, but hopefully we'll be a little different than if you did look at it. We've got an agenda that we want to set forth, and that's do a case summary, learning objectives, look at the problem statement, the primary principles for the case, some specific questions that are in this case study, as well as corrective action with an action plan and assessments. And so the summary of this case is you have a fabric weaving company that's based in the Southeast. It has factories all through the U.S., but they've got a problem. They've got a turnover rate of around 40% at this one specific plant. And that is not just bad for HR and very busy for them, but the continuity of work there and the actual production is not very effective because of that 40% turnover, and it makes them unsustainable in that competitive market. They've got about 1,500 non-union employees running a 24-hour operation, and they have 2 12-hour shifts 7 days a week, and it really doesn't leave a lot of room for employee time off, obviously. There's a lot of frustrations with the ability to attract and retain the qualified workers that are needed at these factories, not just these temporary workers to fill the spots for warm bodies, so to speak. The training time is a big problem when you have to train new employees over and over and over again, this repetitive training of these new employees coming in and out, as well as safety being a problem. New staff members are going to make mistakes. Mainly in these production factories are going to be safety issues if mistakes are made. And another added problem in this factory is the non-English speaking staff not being able to communicate effectively, which is a problem in these these manufacturing places due to communication being the key to safety. There's several learning objectives that we have here. First is we're going to understand the challenges of developing a comprehensive data collection strategy. And then the second would be to recognize the importance of these identifying key data sources and the appropriate data collection methodologies. And then lastly, we're going to understand and practice interview techniques through this case. We have a big problem here, and the most is this poor organizational culture leading to overall dysfunction. Some of the contributing factors show that there's poor communication all through the organization, not just on the factory floor, so to speak, and not just poor communication from top-down initiatives. It's poor communication all throughout. There's inadequate and inconsistent training. That is both the top and the bottom, not again just the floor staff. We have some very extreme working conditions. We will look at through the interviews how the working environment is not very conducive to quality effective production. Then there is a need for continuous and high productivity rates. They have to have this productivity, but they don't have a good productivity rate at all. So what we've observed in this case study, because of these problems, are high turnover rates, low morale, there's insufficient safety practices throughout the plant. And again, that's just that turnover is going to have that inconsistency with it. There's lower productivity on the night shift. Not many people want to work night shift. There's no incentive for night shift. And there's some unanticipated poor reliability rates of the equipment. When the equipment's not working in these factories, they're not going to be very effective as an organization. Well, I'll turn it over to Jim for data collection.
We talked this morning about the three sources of getting qualitative data, and that being documents, observations, and interviews. And we had looked at some of the documents that the organization provided. And then we also went on an observation tour of the plant itself and noticed a couple of things right off the top: excessive heat, some very tough working conditions. And then also we noticed one of the new hires kind of working in a, I don't want to call it a penalty box, but in kind of a strange position of doing some waste cleanup on some of the heavy duty spools. That got our attention. So based on those first two methodologies, we spent a fair amount of time looking at the interview process, and we're going to give a couple of samples of interview questions in a second. If you look on the left side of this slide, we think there's a lot going on in this organization. In my mind, I almost equate it to a little bit of a 19th century America sweatshop, or maybe even a little bit of a third world country organization. So we could look at the organization itself, look at HR practices, and then some of these environmental factors I was talking about. So when we start thinking about interview questions, and we've been talking about themes already this morning in class, there's some things we really want to address as we sit down with people and interview them. And obviously, these will get modified by the position that they're in, whether it be a employee on the line, be a supervisor on the line, or it be higher management. But you can kind of see on the right side of the screen these 7 or 8 things that we think we really need to get after. Brad mentioned hiring and training through the HR. That also deals with the structure. Is that correct? What is the feedback like? What is the accountability like? Mentioned briefly the workplace conditions, which leads to employee welfare seems to be a challenge right now. So does communication, both up and down. One that we added here that was a little interesting is probably a hidden little gem is equipment reliability and preventive maintenance associated with that. We want to dig into a little bit to see if there's some processes that need to be refined, as equipment reliability connects to everything else associated that we found in here. So if we go to the next slide, turn it back over to Vic.
Before we get to the interview process, we will discuss some of our findings to these questions. What important business details regarding data gathering and facilities access need to be addressed upon entering into the project? We know that going in, again, to get that EMIC view that we discussed this morning, we'd have to understand the management structure of Dixie Weaving. We would have to define our expectations and the parameters in collecting data. We would have to look and have access to HR materials, their hiring practices, policies and procedures, training procedures, evaluation records, information about the environment, the working conditions, safety documents or rules, even to the maintenance of some of the equipment. And we thought about planned schedules to see those as far as the machinery being serviced. The Dixie Weaving employees may choose not to cooperate in the interview process because of a thought of losing their job if their incompetencies were revealed. There are language barriers of the non-English speaking staff, so that would also be an obstacle. Management may be worried that the results will show that they're mismanaging in hiring, scheduling, and training. Also, staff members might not want to come off the line because it would slow the production rate. And they're so pressed for their expectations with production. We agree with the diagnostic strategy that was outlined in the case study by Joe and Ian in their email to Bill. They recommended a 3-phase project of collecting data, analyzing it, and making recommendations based on their findings. We would carry that out by having the primary consultants doing the interviews with random sample. We would include documentation review. There are some graduate students that are working on our team, so they could help in looking at some of the HR materials, job descriptions, training materials, HR practices and policies. And then the whole team could conduct in-depth observation, and both the primary consultants included with the graduate students could participate in talking about the findings. In agreeing or disagreeing with Joe and Ian's time estimates for the diagnostic phase of the project, we thought the scope was so large that they would probably need more than 4 weeks with the many issues that are associated with the study and the information collection. So we thought that 4 weeks was not a long enough period of time. Our data collection includes the interview, some information as to the process of this, how we came to the interview. The consultant's report provided initial data for review. Candidates were identified for interview from a sample. The interview questions were developed, and the roles of interviewer, interviewee, and note taker were established. We're going to highlight 2 of the sample interviews, some of the questions to a new hire, Harriet, and to a floor supervisor, Sam. And in our plan, we thought about ways to make sure we're avoiding bias and that we're making sure that the data we're collecting is reliable by using the team to code the data, having participants review the results, making sure we got their answers correctly, verifying with more data sources, trying to triangulate the data of observations, document review, and then the interviews, checking for alternative explanations, and then reviewing our findings as a team. Go back one. There we go.
There we go. Just like Vic said, so we're doing the first interview for the employee. So we chose the new hire employee, Harriet. I'm going to interview, Vic's going to be the interviewee, Harriet, while Jim will be the note taker. The next slide will show some of the questions that we asked to Miss Harriet. The overall interview theme here is to obviously elicit information from Harriet, but we wanted her perspective as a new hire. She is coming into this organization. She has no preconceived notions. She may have some just from some scuttlebutt, but not really any kind of actual hard information and experience with this organization. So we wanted to see what those first impressions sort of feel like. Now, some of the questions that we asked here were, what were the purposes behind applying at this particular organization? We wanted to understand if she agreed with the way that the training was laid out. We have a lot of training issues in this organization. So training is going to be one of the main points that we pick up on.
You want to
Right.
go ahead, Brad. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, sorry, cut out. The morale there at the organization is low. So we want to see if they have that communication availability with their supervisor. And we also wanted to see what we could elicit from her, being that new hire, that new fresh eyes about what anything she would change in this organization. And that was the overall theme for the interview questions. And I'll go to Vic for the manner in which they were answered by Vic, aka Harriet.
We talked about, we were just discussing, and we said if the place that Harriet was interviewed would make a difference as well, pretending if she was in a break room or something, she might feel like she was on stage and somebody was listening. So the importance of having the right place to conduct the interviews was discussed. Some of her answers, we talked about her needing a job, her husband had lost his, and then indicating long hours and that there wasn't really a training program. She had some training when she began and she switched positions, and she didn't have any training for the second position because of the rush of her taking over. She was asked if she reports any issues, and she said she did, but she also said that she was pressed for time and that nothing was being done because of it. She indicated safety of the machinery was a concern. And overall, one of the questions she was asked was about if you could change one thing about your job. She felt like she would know what she was doing and would be working in a place that wasn't 100 and some degrees. So just picking up on that, that is one interview, but looking at the responses within this interview to look for themes later as we go to the other candidates who were interviewed. Are there safety concerns? Are there lack of communication and cultural issues?
And one of the main things we wanted to focus on during this study was the interviewing process and the interview structure. We assessed this interview and wanted to make some key points about this interview. First was the choice of that new hire. Having a new hire, while it may be good for the perspective to be new and that little, maybe a bit of an outsider looking in, but still within there, like almost like a confidential informant, so to speak, or a spy. But there's some limitations. The limitations would be they may not have that overall perspective. They haven't been there long enough to really be part of the culture or understand the environmental factors. They could be in a honeymoon period, or they could be upset because it wasn't what they thought. That could go either way. They're really, really happy, or they're really, really upset because, well, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. I know I've been there. I don't know if you all have been there, but that can have a real negative effect on the answers that are going to be coming from Harriet. Now, the second would be the environmental concerns, and Vic picked up on this a little bit, but location. It's not just real estate, but it's also interviewing. And while most of my interviewing has been on a different level than HR interviewing, it all matters. If you interview someone in that supervisor's office, it's going to be intimidating, and those environmental factors will affect the answers given and the perspective given. Also in the break room, if you put them in front of all of their peers, they're going to be less likely to share crucial information. Environmental concerns are key to what we think is a good, adequate interview. Now, the questions and the way that they're formed are important as well. Were the questions, and we use the term adequate, but do they get to the overall theme that we're looking for? How did we format those to try to reach that theme? And that is the overall structure of the interview, the formatting of the questions, and one main focus, like a triangle, but with the point down to the theme of the interview. And now we're going to talk about the second interview, and I'll throw it to Jim.
Yeah, we felt it was important to highlight a sample of a supervisor interview. Again, you will see some familiar themes here, and this was kind of the structure between interviewee, and note taker. Not all supervisors, as you would expect, are the same. Frontline supervisor is far more actively engaged in most of the processes and personnel versus an upper management. So we would realistically interview several levels of leadership, and we would modify our questions as we went down that process. But this one is just representative. If I get the next slide. There are some open-ended questions at the end, but probably would start out with some just basic, I don't want to call them fact-finding questions, but simple questions kind of to get the process started. At this level of supervisor, kind of a frontline supervisor, I would anticipate him, I'll call it singing the company song until we hit a hot button of his. And I say that because I think most people in any form of supervisory role have some hot button. And if we find that, and / when we find that, I think that will be very illustrative of one of the themes that we're going after. We may not get any real nuggets per se in each one of these interviews, but most likely we'll get some leads, and they'll go hand in hand with what our themes we're after. And again, some of those major themes, communications, incentives to succeed. What's the incentive for the workers to do well at any level? Training really does appear to be a big deal. There seems to be, at first glance, possibly a disconnect between what the organization thinks a training program is and what the training program actually is. Then finally, accountability in any organization is key. So just very quickly highlight four questions. Third one down is initial training adequate. What about recurrent training? In any of our document review, we did not necessarily see anything about recurrent training / certification, those kind of things, and that has direct relationships with safety. Also, one right below that, is there an adequate preventive maintenance plan? I'd be very interested with this level of supervisor of what his thoughts are for some probably higher than normal or higher than anticipated inoperability rates on the key equipment. Then again, a little bit of interest in what's the incentive. Morale is low. Is there any incentive for the employees to do well? Has anybody ever thought of something like a profit incentive plan, a profit sharing plan to increase incentive, give everybody skin in the game? And then that leads directly into appraisal. So again, these are just some sample issues. And then one last one, second from the bottom, about the OSHA. To the casual observer walking into this environment, it's pretty oppressive heat-wise, maybe noise-wise, and maybe safety-wise. I'm just kind of curious right up front, have they had any complaints by either OSHA or any appropriate local county board for work safety. And then finally, an open-ended statement. This would be a great place to work if, and kind of end the interview with that of the frontline supervisor. I'll turn it back over to Brad for some of his responses.
Yeah, so as the supervisor, I'm trying to get a little bit of a gauge. Number one, why I'm being questioned. What are we trying to get here? What is the top boss is trying to get to? So I'm trying to understand his purposes as he's trying to understand mine as the supervisor. And I'm caught in a weird position because I've got this middle management thing going on. I've got my factory workers that I'm supervising along with my bosses, and I'm in the middle here. We don't want to screw the pooch, so to speak. I want to do it right. So, but I'm still a little angry because it's making it hard on me. This turnover is hard on me. It's hard on me to try to standardize training. It's hard on me to continue training all of these new people. The language barrier is frustrating me. So my answer is focus on, the people that we're hiring, the amount of time and effort that is placed into, and resources placed into the training and the retraining of all of these people. We think that, as middle management, the training is good, but it's not being picked up. What we're putting down is not being picked up. We don't think that any of the actual administrative part, that senior leadership appreciates the hard work that the middle management does. And of course, this is a reoccurring theme in many organizations, that middle manager doesn't feel as they're treated the same as everyone else. Same thing as a family, right? The middle child always gets skipped over. And that's sort of how it's feeling in this company. But what we do know is that we need incentives for everyone to try and increase our organizational effectiveness. We're not going to get there because there's no incentives. And because of this poor working conditions, it's creating a lot of animosity with the workers. We have a little bit of a suspicion that maybe some of the equipment's being sabotaged intentionally by some of these workers who are upset. Some of that, as this middle manager supervisor, some of that conspiracy theories floating through really doesn't help for the communication and the trust and the relationship building that this supervisor, me, is able to do with the floor workers. And if I can get that second slide, Vic, on the answers. I do offer some relief, hopefully, for the interviewer, Jim, to hopefully pass on to the administration. Although that there are not any real OSHA complaints that I do have, I want to communicate that I do have some concerns that there could be, and we could get in trouble. And unfortunately, worried that it may land on my shoulders as that immediate supervisor. So I want to communicate that, sort of save my own tail in this interview. And to wrap up the supervisor answers and how I answered as a supervisor, I just want to reiterate that it was hard to put that in that middle position, because I don't want to mess up, and I don't want to completely throw the entire floor workers under the bus either. But we need that. We're feeling the stress of this organizational ineffectiveness, and it's really placed on my shoulders as that middle supervisor. And I'll toss to Vic for note taker thoughts on this interview process.
My thoughts as the note taker between the two interviews, just realizing the importance of being a good listener as the interviewer, watching body language and facial expressions. Was a person nervous, excited? do we believe their responses? Is there a reason why something might not be the truth telling? Responses were accurately recorded for salient points. As a note taker, being organized and prepared is very important. Mention transcription, coding, or using some type of transcription in writing, because to get all of the thoughts down and all of your words that you are hearing, even to the point of using like color coding and categorizing answers, that way looking for themes and correlations or categories as you go. And then the thought of being real careful with bias in collecting and reporting. Again, going back to that selection, needs to be a random sample. The responses, thinking, does Harriet feel that she has to answer a certain way? Looking at confirmation bias through the interviewer, a recall bias, forgetting or not knowing the answer or how to answer. Comparing the two interviews, very different people. Again, the supervisor kind of coming at a defensive way, and then Harriet as a kind of clueless or even just scared way of, what is going on? What am I foreseeing in the future? Brad?
So moving forward, we, this case study to us, not like all the rest of them we've done in this program, not really trying to solve the big overall organizational effectiveness problem, but more focused on the interviews and what we can elicit from those interviews to work towards fixing those problems. So we didn't really work towards how are we going to fix the problems of Dixie, manufacturing, but we did want to offer some closing thoughts on how we could use these interviews and what topics that they should focus on if they were going to fix some of the problems. And again, maybe offer a couple of these solutions to them in a wrap up after those interviews. The first one is that, I think Vic and Jim and I have talked extensively about this. We're process people. If it's not a process, it's not right. Pretty much, we need processes. And these basic processes in Dixie, they're not adequate. They lack the order and structure needed to be an actual effective process. So things like the machinery, where you schedule some downtime to help rework the machinery, to help retrain if need be. That downtime it's hard for a manufacturing organization to swallow. It really is. And but it's very much needed. That training program needs to be completely revised, and it needs to include some type of recurrent training model, something that has a continuing ed element to it. The equipment reliability is going to always be an issue in manufacturing. I'm sure Angie pulled her hair out extensively in her manufacturing world with equipment reliability. I worked for about a minute and a half at a manufacturing firm, and it was horrible. Equipment breaks down all the time. But you have to have that maintenance regimen. It doesn't seem that Dixie does. So implementing that maintenance regimen is going to help, including some routine diagnostic checks on this equipment, and then you can start to see if things are being sabotaged or if they're just breaking down because they're old and not worth it. When we go back to the employees and the supervisors and increasing their morale and their effectiveness, you have to create an incentive plan of some sort. Obviously, incentives are going to motivate employees. I don't know of anybody that works for fun, but it can be fun, but you have to be incentivized in some manner. So in creating that incentive plan is really going to be key to increasing the morale of the employees, as well as that middle management supervisors. Also, increasing the working conditions. They're horrible. It's not going to be something that we can just turn a blind eye to. It's leading to a lot of the turnover problems. So if you can have the retention incentive plan along with evaluating how the working conditions can be improved, what needs to be done, and just the overall assessment of the environmental conditions, that's going to help retain those employees and also lend to the increased morale. One thing that we wanted, last closing statement about this is when we look at companies and we look at interviewing, picking who you interview is really key. Everyone at that company, every stakeholder within that organization has an agenda. And you have to understand that going into the interview and what they're going to try to relate to you, so that not really you can manipulate it, but that you can at least structure your questions and your environmental interview space around working towards that common theme that we're trying to get to in this organization. So we wanted to make sure we sort of drove that point home, that everybody has their own agenda. Harriet's got an agenda, supervisor has an agenda, everybody. So we need to work towards trying to remove all of that, those agenda issues, almost like one would try to remove bias or implicit bias or something like that from a study. We want to remove that from the interview. But that's all we have for Dixie. Any questions that you might have, we'll be open to them. I think Jim answers questions the best, so I would throw it to Jim to answer all the questions. Just bus felt good for him. Anybody have anything, please let us know.
Okay, excellent. As I've repeatedly told you, you were supposed to learn something in your first 4 courses in DEOL. And now you're supposed to learn some methodology to how to employ those things that you've already learned. So this case study was about interviewing, the methodology of interviewing. But you have to bring everything you've learned so far in the first 4 courses to bear. We're just, my goal is to teach you some methodology, but your methodology won't work if you don't know anything. So obviously they displayed a lot of things that they learned in their first 4 courses here. And I'm glad of that. So here are some takeaways. In real life, when you go in as a consultant, just like in this case, they will see a single problem, which is retention. But unfortunately, that's multifaceted, as they pointed out in this case study. They've learned from their previous courses that culture, climate, there's a lot of things that factor into that. The company just sees a single issue, retention, staying or going. The actual problem is multifaceted. Now, the way that we address that is through our methodology. Now, when I say qualitative is interviews, observations, and documents, I always say it that way, understanding that I actually am saying it backwards. When we go into an organization as a consultant, first thing we want to see is the documents. Then we observe like they saw the plant, and then we interview people. It should always go in that order. The order of importance is interviews, observations, and documents. But we're trying to get to those interviews where we can collect that qualitative data. But we've got to do our homework first. We got to do our documents, we got to do our observations, and then we can get to our interview. So when we talk about qualitative, we always say it, the interviews, observations, document. We always say it that way because that's the order of importance. However, the order of operation, of execution, is exactly the other way. Because what perspective are we trying to get? We're trying to get that emic perspective. We don't work for that corporation, but if we don't, and so if we're always an outsider, if we don't get that emic perspective, we won't know what questions to ask when we get to the real important part of qualitative, which is always the interviews. That's where the richness of data comes from. That's the good stuff. But it doesn't do it, again, just like in this DEOL program. If you don't know anything when you get to me, I can't put any methodology on if you don't know anything. again, if you don't know anything when you go into interviews, you can't get any real usable data. And the way that you get that real usable is you got to follow the process: documents, observations, and then interviews. And then when you get in that interview, it's got to be structured. You've got to ask specific questions. And the content of those questions, those themes have emerged from the documents and the observations that you've done. There's a process. Qualitative is not just some open-ended, loosey-goosey. There's actually a process to it as well. And that's what you were supposed to learn through this case study is we got to get to that interview, but there's a process that gets us there. And when we get there, we got to know what questions to ask. You know, you can't just walk in and say, tell me what it's like working here. Well, that's just, you know, there's no structure to that. So qualitative, contrary to popular belief, qualitative is as highly structured as quantitative. There just aren't as many rules that you have to follow for when to do what. But there are rules. There are best practices, and they did a great job on that. So again, too many times corporations see problems as singular when they're actually multifaceted. Retention has a lot of parts. Unfortunately for Vic, she had to hear about Hertzberg this week. Retention of employees is based on satisfiers and dissatisfiers, back to Hertzberg's work. And we know that working conditions are why people stay or go. Now we can run people off as the supervisor, the leader. We can run them off if we're, you know, or we're a bad person. We can be a dissatisfier, but we can't be a satisfier. Satisfier is their working conditions, and that's the problem in this one. So even though we talk to a supervisor who's very humanistic and cares about the employee, working conditions are why they stay and go. So that's what we've got to address, which is multifaceted. And so that's the whole notion. I like the point that this group brought out to conclude my rant on this one. I like the location. You've got to be very professional, and you've got to understand that there are rules for interviewing. You can't just pull somebody aside in the break room. Again, qualitative is more structured, and there are more rules, but we call them best practices. Yeah, you can do an interview in the break room, but it's not best practice. Does that bias your data? Of course it does. And you've got to understand that. And there may not be anybody standing there watching you, but you have to do the right things, just like in quantitative. You know, there are rules. There's rules in qualitative as well. That's what you're supposed to understand. Excellent job. All right. Did anybody else do this case? All right. So I'd like to see them go next, and so we'll go with Shanae's group and Selena.
But Dr. Lim, I had a comment.
Yes.
You know, in manufacturing, one thing that we were tasked with doing was, before you can even get them in the door to get in it, we had to find a way to get them to the door to come into our company to work, and then explain to them or try to get them to see why paying them less money would somehow be satisfactory. It's like a millionaire telling you why you shouldn't be making $15 an hour.
Right.
And that's basically what we had to do, because we have competition in this area to now, you know, upholstery is a skilled labor. And there's a company up here that's willing to pay $35 an hour for upholstery, plus giving a $3,500 sign-on bonus. So then what we were tasked with doing was try to pull those people to our plant and pay them $12 an hour. Really?
Yeah. Again, unrealistic about the problem. They see it as a single problem when it's multifaceted. That's going to be the first thing that you have to overcome. And that's why, as a consultant, you've got to do your work so that you can show this is not a simple one. This is not a simple problem that you have. And what just the clue in this case that we just had is they thought that they should be able to fix this problem in 4 weeks. What? You know, and to Angie's point is onboarding people that, you know, it's simply just, you know, get them to come to work here. Well, it's more multifaceted than just get them to come to work here. You're going to have to change the working conditions, change the pay structure, the bonus, all those things. There's a lot of things that factor into that. Well, just get them here. They assume past the real problem. Again, it goes back to me putting the antenna up on the roof when we lived in Forest City. My wife said, "You don't know how to put the antenna on the roof?" I said, "I know how. If I was up there, if I could get up there, putting it on the roof wouldn't be, attaching it wouldn't be any problem. Problem is, how am I going to get up on there? That's an 812 pitch roof. You know, I can't walk up that roof. How am I going to do this? You know, it's not that I don't know how to attach the antenna once I get up on and get to the chimney. I just can't get to the chimney. And too many corporations see it as a simple one-off problem, how to attach the antenna to the roof when there's a whole lot of steps to get up to that, you know, to get up on the roof to get to the chimney. And so that's what that is Angie's point, and to the point in this case is they see this as a simple problem of retention. It's not. In Angie's case, they saw it as a simple problem of onboarding, induction. No, it's bigger than that. And that's what you have to be able to show them through your data as a consultant. This is not as simple as you thought it was. And again, that's why you've heard me 1,000 times, to be redundant, encourage you, don't get into the actual implementation of the solution of the problem, because that's going to be long-term. That it's not going to be quick and dirty. You know, you're going to be biased toward the things that you can do rather than what they need done. That's number one. And number two is implementing solutions is a whole different, that's a different job. And because it's multifaceted, and the issue of corporations seeing single issue items when they're actually more than that. All right, are we ready, Shernay?
Okay, good morning, everybody. So we did the Dixie weaving, and again, we were hoping nobody else would do it, but luckily the group that went first decided they wanted to do our case. So in my group, it's me, it's Reggie, Selena, and Chardonnay. So our learning objectives are to understand the challenge of developing a comprehensive data collection strategy for the case study, and also to recognize the importance of identifying key data sources and appropriate data collection methodologies. Just to give the background again, the Dixie Weaving Inc. is a fabric weaving company based in the Southeast region of the country. Their plant, the Piedmont plant, was experiencing high levels of turnover, close to 40%, had about 1,500 employees, non-union employees, 24-hour operation with 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week. And the two main departments that they looked at were the winding and the weaving. And to the background, due to the turnover, Bill, who was in charge of HR, contacted a team of consultants, Ion and Joe, to try to help them to figure out the problem with the turnover. The managers present at the meeting with Ion and Joe include the plant manager, Mike, the floor manager from Winding, Hector, the floor supervisor from Weaving, Sam, and senior operators, Bubba and TJ, and also the training coordinators, Steve and Cindy. Lastly, Ion and Joe proposed a 2-week data collection plan, followed by additional 2 weeks of data analysis to propose a solution for the company.
Okay, so there are some obvious issues aside from the turnover. When you actually go through the plant, you can see that from some managers, there's some corporate pressure to meet some of the quotas. There's a inability to attract and retain qualified workers, and these are based off the opinions of some of the managers and plant workers that were interviewed. So they feel like, as one put it, you're sending me, babies that don't know how to tie their shoes type of situation. So, in addition to the high turnover rate, which is really just a symptom of a bigger issue. There's some disagreement amongst the departments, so there's really no accountability. No one, is it the training? is it the 12-week training program? Is it the working conditions? Is it the lack of safety? Everyone has a different opinion about what the actual issue is. And then also there are some poor working conditions. I mean, it's hot. It's hot. There are long shifts. There's some extensive safety protocols that aren't being identified and cared for. So there's more to this story than just the turnover rate. So from a central issue perspective, overarching, it's a org development or effectiveness issue. So, or basically a lack thereof. So there's a lack of a process that makes them operate effectively. So they're challenged in, the work processes, the safety protocols, the culture, the strategy and how they're making things happen, which is leading to turnover. But that's, again, just a symptom. So there's more. It's a bigger piece of, or a bigger issue than just the turnover and all the small things that add up. So really, we need to take a look at these processes and how we can make some change in the organization so that they can be effective in their performance and effective in retaining their employees and so forth.
Okay, so first we did, as the objective state, want to look at the diagnostic strategy of how they were going to go through collecting their data. And so, as previously discussed, they had a multi-prong approach to informational interviews, documentation review, and in-depth job observation. And we feel that there are a few challenges with that. So one of the challenges is there were trust issues. Employees may not feel comfortable. It removes anonymity if you bring them in, as discussed, and you can see through the working conditions if there's a lot of high turnover, therefore there's not a lot of trust in the organization. And they may feel that if they say something, then they will be punished, and it will make them not give a true and honest answer, which will be pretty much useless. It is time consuming. We do feel that it would take more than 2 weeks. We think it'll take more than 2 weeks to even do a good in-depth analysis of job observation, documentation reviews, and everything. So we think you should take more, because with that many employees, with 1,500 employees, you're going to be pushing yourself to try to get that much data in and then disaggregate it. So we feel like longer than 2 weeks would be appropriate. Possibly 3 to 4 weeks, but give yourself some leeway time. If you get finished early, then you look like you're more effective than you actually were trying to be, but you give yourself some cushion. And then a direct observation can cause the workers to alter how they normally work. We feel that having somebody looking down your shoulder, it will cause the way you look. I can speak to that just as an educator. When the principal walks in the room to observe you, naturally or planned or not planned, you change the way you present that lesson to the students. And the students even change the way they react when you're in there. So we want to make sure we find a way to make everyone feel more comfortable. And so we do have some suggestions on that. So we feel like it should be a mandatory participation. Now, we know that may cause some consternation, but we're trying to get an overall effect of what's going on. And we know there's a sample size, but we would like to get mandatory participation just so we can have a good idea of where we are. Now, we believe we're going to do that and to provide the anonymity back that we do surveys instead of interviews. And that way they can feel free to do it. And we can roll through that many employees in a shorter amount of time by allowing them to give us a survey. And we did debate on would we call somebody in and ask them some questions, but then we thought if they answered a certain way and we didn't know how to answer and they dogged the company, then they were getting pulled in and that will cause them to distrust the organization even more. So we felt they might be better just to do the surveys, just to let them be anonymous and put out their thoughts, their feelings without fear of retribution. Now, we did talk about incentivizing participation, especially if we're making it mandatory. We wanted to make sure we did it where it wouldn't alter results, but they did feel like they were getting something for their time. So we did talk about, and we were questioning, was it ethical? So we were trying to make sure we didn't go outside of the scope of changing people's minds, but maybe if you came in like they do for teachers, we get, a drink and a snack. You get a bag of chips and a drink for your time. Thank you very much. Okay. Or, if you're taking that time, you don't have to come in, take the survey, and then you lose some of your lunch break because you had to take the survey. So we want to make sure that they didn't feel like it was a punishment to take this survey. And so that was a couple of things that we talked about in our discussions. We said doing our in-depth job observation, we could use some using cameras, but we would definitely make sure that because as we discussed, I don't want to get into my colleague's slide, so let me not go too far on that point. But we do feel like direct observation could alter how they work. So we would say, let's make sure we could observe them via camera. So that would be something we could do, but it would also talk about maybe having somebody kind of further back where they could kind of observe so that you got the opportunity to see. And we would review the existing data, the documentations, past engagement surveys. I'm hoping that was done prior. Turnover data, exit interviews. Did we do exit interviews on people that were leaving to see why they left before we even started? So we feel like if we review that data before we start bringing in the new data, that would be very, very beneficial to us understanding, because if we see the exit interviews, it might give us a good starting point. Now, we know that we haven't done it yet, but just some preliminary things that we thought about from suggestions we would make. Now, we wouldn't present this yet. We would make sure we got our data, but as a starting point of where we wanted to go, we would definitely review our hiring practices. What are the job requirements with the 40% turnover rate? I know you're just trying to get warm bodies in there. So what are we doing? How are we letting them in? Update training materials and adjust the training schedule. 12 weeks of training. So with 12 weeks of training, you're trying to run them through real quick to get them on the floor. And in the case study, it said 12 weeks of training, but then they mentioned talking to somebody, well, she's been with us 6 weeks and now she's cleaning a machine. So did she complete the training? As like Coming to America, when it was the guy was talking about the soup and the spoon, and he was like, I gotta fly my soup, I gotta fly my spoon, and the guy let me taste the soup. I can't taste the soup. Where's the spoon? Aha. Okay, so make sure you carry those things out. You got to make sure you got those things together. Adjust the training schedule, chunk the training schedule, give them 3 to 4 weeks at a time. So then you're still keeping people on the floor, and as they go through this training module, they can go to something else. Address the working conditions. Nobody want to work 12 hours in 95-degree heat. That is inhumane, and I'm shocked they hadn't got shut down for that. Add a shift to the plant. You got 2 shifts working 12 hours a day, 24/7. How about we add another shift to take some of that off to maybe people don't feel like they're working so much. Add a shift. Interdepartmental training. As you can see in the conversation, the people were arguing against each other because nobody knew what was going on in their department. Well, I gave them to you. We did our job when nobody saw how their job was affecting everybody else's job. And then add an engineering department. That same little lady who was on the floor after 6 weeks, she was on the floor after 6 weeks, but she was cleaning the machine. So why don't we have somebody there who can do that? And then if we need them, if your machine is down, you can pivot over to help somebody else and we can keep production going. So thank you. Now we're gonna turn it over to my friend and colleague, Ms. Selena.
So as Reggie stated, our proposed strategy was to use the survey as opposed to the interviews to kind of provide that anonymity. We can provide them with lunch. So we kind of incentivize them as well as encourage them to participate. They're provided lunch. They can fill out the survey. They don't have to put their name on it. That will give us the data that we need, and it gives the anonymity. And the survey will include everything that Ian and Joe proposed. So we're not going to change the format or the information that they propose, but just the strategy for getting the information. In our documentation review, we need to look at their SOPs if they have them, examine their job descriptions. Does that match up with what people are actually doing? We need to really look at this training. Is 12 weeks, is that too much? Are they including the right information in the training materials, providing them the proper training for when they go out on the floor? And any other available data, we need to make sure that we're reviewing that to kind of give us that background, as Dr. Lamb was telling us, that background, so we know what kind of questions to ask on this survey in line with what we've already proposed. The camera observation, so we want to make sure that people know that they're being observed. We talked about the fact that the cameras may only give that visual, they may not have sound. So we might have to have some more in-person overviewing, shadowing to back up what the camera data is saying. So it's going to be a little bit of on the floor observing as well as using the camera to kind of get a full picture of what's really happening, so that actions speak louder than words, but sometimes you need that context to go with the actions to fully understand what's going on. And then the extended observation, it needs to go beyond that 2-week period. That 2-week period is too short because the problems, the issues that this manufacturing company is experiencing is much more multifaceted than just the turnover rate. They have a lot of different issues going on. They have safety going on. They have extreme working conditions, which I think would turn most people away. The fact that you still have people working there is a miracle. So there's some things that we need to really examine, and it's probably going to take a little bit longer than 2 weeks because of the multifaceted layers of the issues. And review the existing data. Bill is the head of HR, and he's really frustrating. He's saying if this turnover continues, they're going to let me go. My job is gone. So we've got to figure this out. So we understand what his point of view is, but then we've got to get to the underlying issues when we're collecting this data to see what the real problem is aside from the turnover issue. So our conclusions are based upon the objectives that were presented for this case study to determine the amount needed to gather this data and make a recommendation. And we have to have a proper sample size. I know we talked about mandatory participation, but we need to determine what a good sample size that'll be representative to the population if we cannot get that full participation. And if we're looking at all of the issues that are going on with this company, we need to make sure that once we collect the data and we meet together to extract it to make a report, that we're not confining ourselves to missing something. And so that might take longer than 2 weeks, even with the staff that we're employing to get all of this information. So let's not limit ourselves. Let's take a look at everything that needs to be determined and then propose how long it's going to take us to really look at that. Safety during observation is going to be a top priority. In the case, they talked about, recently they had someone that was, basically turned into a pancake. So if we're coming in to observe what's going on, we need to make sure we're safe, and we need to make sure that we're not affecting the safety of the workers as well. So because the survey is not going to be enough to just gather the data that we need to interpret what's going on. We still need to do some observation in person, and we need to make sure that we're being safe and we're keeping the worker safety as well. And then when we're observing their work habits in person, like Reggie said, they may be doing things the way they're supposed to be doing, but if we're looking at that camera data as well, we can see ways that they may be altering what they're doing, which might be affecting productivity. And then maybe we can make some recommendations to changes by observing both of those pieces of information. And we need to make sure that we determine a data collection method that maximizes the number of participants, results in authentic responses, and maintains the anonymity of the employees. We want to make sure that our data is valid and reliable. So by doing these things, we can make sure that the information that we gather is going to lead us to the most effective recommendations for this particular company. So are there any questions?
Can you go back some slides? I'll tell you when we get there. Whoa, let's see. All right, let's go forward now. One more. Okay, right here. All right, so the last thing I want to do to kind of conclude this one is I'm not much of a singer, but I think about Paula Abdul's hit from a long time ago, Straight Up. And here are the lyrics that are important. How about some information, please? Straight up, tell me, do you really want to love me forever, or am I caught in a hit and run? Problem with is this that song is so relevant to qualitative. What they want to pay you for is a hit and run, but you need information. You're not going to get it in 2 weeks, folks. Not something this complex. That's the point that from this one that I love from your presentation. You're going to have to do a lot more digging than you need. I need some information, please. Otherwise, I'm just in a hit and run here. They're just asking you for a hit and run, and you're not going to affect any outcomes. And they're going to say, well, they didn't do anything for us. It's unrealistic. The time frame that they think that you ought to be able to do this in, no. You need better information. You got to develop your processes. I like the notion of doing surveys, to inform you and even get started in your data collection. But to kind of summarize this one, this case study for both the groups, excellent job. There's a process. There are rules. You can't do a hit and run. You need some information, please, and in order to do your job, to know where we're going here. And you can't shortcut it because the company you got doesn't want to pay you but for a minute. You can't do your job in a minute. And that's the biggest mistake that I see, folks, is that I'm just going to do a quick hit and run here. They just want me to do a week or two or whatever. And then you don't get any more work. I mean, you did what they paid you for, but then they're unhappy with what they got. Again, the sting of low quality lasts long after the pleasure of the low price. They want cheap, and if you do cheap, you won't stay in the business long. And only way you can do cheap is to do hit and runs. You can't stay there. And that's why I said don't get involved in long-term plan implementation, because they're not willing to pay for that. You got to get in and get out, and that's going to take longer than they think. You're going to be there a couple of months. They think you're going to be there a couple of weeks, and that itself is the problem. That's kind of the underlying problem with. That's the underlying problem, of course, with consultancy. All right, I have a question.
I got a comment. We found that doing letting them do surveys during lunch was also an issue. We still wasn't getting the data that we needed from the survey. So what we actually had to switch it up for the second and third shift survey is that we had to do the survey first, because when you ask them to concentrate on a survey during lunch, you're taking away their time off their cell phone, or talking to coworkers, or talking to friends, or checking on their children. and you're asking them to do a survey for you, and it's their time. So what we had to do was we had to do that survey and then serve them lunch so they could have that time to do what they felt like they needed to do. So we even had to switch that up a little bit.
Yeah, and
so
that was
for our group, that's something that we went back and forth with about when we would get them to do the survey, because that was something that we talked about. Like, we don't want to make it like where they have to do it during lunch, but also we struggle with, like, will we compensate them for doing that? Will we feed them? Will we do this? Will we do that? And it was just like, you know, that was one of the things that came up in the study, was trying to push the importance of the participation with it and also getting honesty with it. So it was something we definitely something we thought about, how we would get full participation and honesty within the people that work in the company. So
absolutely,
that was a good point that you brought up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we thought about, we didn't want it to feel like a punishment, because if you had to do it during lunch, it feels like a punishment. So we wanted, look, if we have to rotate and give you an extra 20 minutes, finish this out, you still get your hour for lunch to do what you want to do. And everybody just kind of shift a little bit. Management come down off the thing, go onto the floor to fill in if we need to. But we absolutely agree with you that we definitely don't want it to feel like it's a punishment, because if it feels like a punishment, then you're going to rebel, you're not going to do it, and you're just going to be going through click, 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 I'm done. Because we even had a discussion about how long the survey should be, because at a certain point, you're just going to be clicking to be done with it. And I was talking about how we have to do educator surveys, and after a certain point, okay, whatever. Okay. Do you want to add any additional comments? No, I want to be done. Boom. So we wanted to make sure, you know, that we did that. So I completely agree with your point, and I'm glad it made sense from your real world perspective. So thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely. And that's where I wanted to kind of conclude with is incentives. Go right ahead.
And another thing you don't want to do is put managers on the lines. You could really have some safety issues if you pull them out the office and put them on the line. You could do.
And that was another issue that we came across as far as the observation part. How would we get the consultants to actually observe them without actually making the employees feel like we're looking over their shoulders?
Hawthorne effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess I look at it in a sense, Angie, but my philosophy, my personal philosophy, and this may not work for every scenario, but if you're a manager, I believe you should know how to do the job of the people you are over. Because if you can't do the job and you're telling me how to do my job, but you don't know how to do my job, how can you effectively review me if you don't know anything about my job? So, and I know that's not, in all cases, it doesn't work. And I know in all things it doesn't work. That is just my personal philosophy. So that was my reason for saying that. But I know in every case it won't work. And you are right. It could be a safety issue, especially if you haven't done it for a long time. But my personal philosophy is, if I'm going to ask somebody to do something as their boss, I'm going to learn how to do it too, so that we all stronger together. That's what I did in television. We would cross-train. So if somebody woke up late, we did the morning show. I had to be there at 3:30 in the morning. Oftentimes people would oversleep. So you know what? If you ain't there, everybody shift down and we keep the party going, because what's going to happen? The show open go run, whether somebody there or not. And so that was just my personal philosophy. But I understand your point completely. And I don't disagree with it.
Absolutely. Well, we get back to the notion here of incentives. But that also brings into the question of disincentives. If I take your lunchtime to do a survey, you're disincentivized to do the survey. If I give you a survey like the North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions Survey that has 12 sections and has 200 questions on it, I've disincentivized you on the backside of that survey. So one of the things that we do is when we work with that survey, we actually take those low items and we resurvey them as a small group, no more than 10. Prefer 5. We'll let you go with the 2 lowest items in those 12, but no more than that, so that I mean, only 5, you can only survey 5 areas and you can only do up to 2 questions. 12 areas is too many to begin with, and 200 questions is way too many. We disincentivize people to take the survey. They start randomly marking. And so we can use it as a guide, but the first thing that we do when we use that data is we have to resurvey it, because we know that it was given in a way that disincentivized people to take it. We know that. And so we know that if we make somebody, take their lunchtime to take a survey, that's a disincentive. And so one of the things I wanted to talk about before we move on to our next two is incentives. And I have a question, and this is not in any way a test, or I ask this question from time to time. We're going to have a group of employees stay after work for an event. Let's say it's a school business. It could be the college, it could be school, it could be any. We're going to have a group of employees, could be a manufacturing environment. We're going to have them stay after work for an event. Maybe it's parent night, maybe it's in a warehouse environment where we're going to do safety rules, or we're going to do workplace behavior, to stop sexual harassment and misbehavior in the workplace, whatever it is. We're going to have them stay beyond their normal work hours. They're going to work their shift, they're going to work their school day or their shift in the warehouse, and then we're going to have them stay. Is there anything that we can do that's enough of an incentive that counteracts the disincentive of having to stay after your shift is over? Is there anything that we can do?
Well, you need to let them know way in the ahead of time, not the day of.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about springing it on them now.
Yeah, well, in manufacturing, they kind of spring it on.
No,
they'll spring it on you in a heartbeat and need
Oh,
you to
I know
stay
that, but now I'm
10 minutes
about,
before the end of shift.
Yeah, I know that you got to stay an hour. I'm talking about planned activities. That's what I'm talking about. Planned training, or a plan like a nightly event, like a parent night or something at night. We're not talking about something where I've just treated you disrespectfully and took advantage of you because I can. I'm talking about planned activities now. Let's think about that. It's not I'm sprung it on you thing. We know that we're going to stay 2 hours after our shift, for a parent night, or 3 hours, like parent nights in school business, family math night, family reading night, family EOG night, family college night. We're going to do something to 3 hours beyond our normal day. Parent conferences at quarterly grading breaks or whatever. We're going to do that, or we're going to do our mandatory training for OSHA or anti-sexual harassment, workplace safety, whatever we're going to do in the manufacturing. We know that. We know that we're going to do that. And so Stacia said we can buy everybody lunch or dinner. And that's the right answer. That's the start of the right answer. So I'm glad Stacia did that. Now, so my question is this. Would it make any difference to you as the employee who's getting lunch or dinner? Would it make any difference that the supervisor or the principal or the leader, would it make any difference if they ordered out and bought it for you? Or would it make a difference if they actually prepared it for you, that they cooked you the meal? Would that make a difference?
Depends on if they're a good cook or not.
Or
and we don't eat everybody potato salad. I know for us, when we stay late, our principal, she'll take a note, and then like on one of those professional development days, which the school gets to do it at the end, we get that time back. So if we stay 2 hours, okay, you can leave at 1 o'clock today, or at the end of the year, well, you had this many days, you don't have to come in. And so we get our time back.
That's illegal, right?
Yeah. But I think she gets approved through the district or whatever.
No,
it's not this thing.
That's illegal. There is no comp time. That's federal law. That's illegal.
Well, okay. Well, I'll have to. Well,
I know that we call it something other than comp time now, and we do all that. And we have.
Yeah.
I know that we do that, but now I can't in good conscience or unethically tell you that that's okay.
Okay. I respect that.
It's,
I
the
have a
standard answer
question,
is that is
Dr.
illegal
Lam.
in public school.
I have a question, Dr. Lam. There is a company which, which has started. I know my friend works for a company where they have started community service, and whoever does like 8 hours of community service, that 8 hours goes towards PTO. So is that legal or illegal?
What kind of company is it?
I think it's a for-profit company.
That's fine. We're talking about, in Reggie's case, in the public school, when you work for the state and you're state paid, there is no comp time. That is illegal. For-profits can do that all the time. Just like one of the big things in Charlotte is coming to school and reading to kids, and they give them that time back. The banks do that. They send out volunteers. So yeah, if you're in a for-profit, absolutely you can do that.
So that would be illegal when it comes to nonprofit?
If it's a public school, not all nonprofits.
Not all nonprofits.
No, not all nonprofits. You can do comp time in nonprofits. You can't do it in public school. You cannot do comp time in public school. That's specific to them. But only
You're paid by tax dollars. That's probably a good way to think about it.
That's exactly right. They're paid out of tax dollars. And you can't pay people that haven't worked with tax dollars. Comp time is you're paying people, they didn't work today, and so they're going to work later. We gave them the day off, or they built comp time today for staying over, and we're going to pay them for a day in the future that they don't actually come in and work. Can't do that. That's illegal. There's no. What if we do it this way? No. Or what if we do it that? No. Comp time is illegal in public school, period. End of story. There's no system that you can work that makes it legal. It's expressly forbidden to do comp time. It's not implied. It's not if you do it this way, it's legal, or that way, it's open. No, there is no comp time, period, in public school. You have to understand that. It's one of the things I have to teach in law and finance on Wednesday nights. I have to explain that. That came down in the early 90s. I was actually a principal when that came down. And you talking about in trouble. We were in trouble because we'd been doing comp time forever, and we were doing comp time for teacher assistants, and all of a sudden we couldn't do that anymore. And I had some that their year was over in April. They had worked they'd worked enough overtime that if they worked past April, we were going to have to pay them overtime now. They were on the contract for 37 and a half hours. And so when the comp time rule came down, that there's no more in public school, whether it was certified or non-certified custodians or teachers, didn't matter. It was now gone. It was now against the law. It was quite an ordeal. See, we had teacher assistants who were driving the bus after their 37 and a half hours. We had teachers that were staying for afternoon activities. We had teacher assistants who were, we were doing all these things, and we had copious records and books and all. No more. Coming up on 30 years next year, it's been gone. And so you have to understand that, but that's only in public school. Most every other organization has some type of that, but not public school. Now, to get back to incentives, I want to focus on incentives again for a minute. Sometimes the things that we think are incentives are actually disincentives. We have to be careful with that. My question again, I'm going to go back to my question again. Does it matter if they buy you lunch or make you your lunch or dinner? Does that matter? Reggie answered that a minute ago and didn't even know it. When he said, I don't eat your, so everybody's potato salad. We got to be careful that, we think that we're doing this selfless servant leadership thing by fixing this meal for people. That might not be the thing that people like, or that might be might disincentivize people. Here's a better solution. Give them a menu and say, pick what you want. That's a real incentive. that you didn't just buy a bunch of random sandwiches from Subway and say, here, pick out what you want. That's not much of an incentive either. What if everybody got the turkey before I got there? And now I've got to get tuna fish. I don't eat tuna fish. Be careful with your incentives. Buy the meal and managers pour the drink. That's not a bad idea. But again, make sure that your incentive, the whole notion here, and I'm just using the food as an example. Let's not get carried away with the example. The notion here is make sure your incentive is actually an incentive. Make sure that you don't disincentivize people by doing crazy things like having them use their lunchtime to fill out your survey. So that's the two takeaways here. Don't disincentivize people and data collection by doing something mean to them, and make sure that you understand that your incentive has to be an incentive. And so those are the question that popped up in this one, and what I always bring up is, is the concept of incentive or incentivization. It's fine to use it, but no, use it wisely. Again, there are rules to everything here. This is qualitative. There are rules to everything. Know what the rules are. And make sure that you don't disincentivize people and that your incentives are actually incentives. Sounds simplistic. People make really bad mistakes in that. Really bad. And it affects the efficacy of their data. All right, I've got 12 o'clock. We can either break or we can go into the next case study. Y'all make the decision.
Yeah.
Go. All right, who's next?
We can go.
Somebody jump. All right, jump in there, Lauren.
All right, I'll go ahead and start this off. So we had the case of wine, assessing the organizational culture at Resolute Winery. I'm Wayne Mabe, and I'm working with Lauren, James, and Bipasha. So the Resolute Winery was, of course, in wine country, and it was originally founded as a family-owned business. So Mr. Main grew up working there with his family, had a nice customer friendly, everyone felt like family type of condition. And over time, as the company was turned over to Mr. Main, the family feel of it kind of started to wear off. And that was a concern that he had, and part of the reason why he called in the consultant, Dr. Michaels, to come in and try to figure out what was going on. They've noticed some drop off in customer traffic and second time customers especially. They still had some traffic coming in, but just people weren't really returning as much as they used to. There seemed to be some dissatisfaction among employees, not feeling like it was a family-owned business. And they had a very structured hierarchy as far as organizational chart goes for the size company it was. I think it's only maybe like 10 people working, and they had a very organized setup, and everybody had very strict roles. So there wasn't a lot of flexibility and not a lot of like working with each other. It was very rigid, regimented. So on the way in, Dr. Michael stopped by a couple of wineries, one down the road to see how it went, and then followed up with the visit to Resolute. When she made it to Resolute, noticed that there was not a lot of people coming up to wait on her initially, and there wasn't, and when she asked for Mr. Main, there was some like hesitancy to tell her where he was, and it seemed like they just looked at her like an outsider, and they weren't really sure why she was there. So with that general background, I'll go ahead and pass that on to the central issues.
Okay, so we identified the central issue as organizational culture. We know that culture is based on shared beliefs and values that are developed by leadership and then communicated and reinforced through different methods to kind of just shape the employees' perceptions, behaviors, and their understanding. It's kind of hard to share that culture and those values when the people who created them are long gone. Again, this is no longer a family business, so that transfer of culture from, you know, year to year, generation to generation is no longer there. Culture sets expectations for how people behave and work and how well they function as a team. These people are not really functioning as a team. They're not functioning together. And there's certainly different signs of bad culture there. They have a micromanagement issue. One of the representatives on the lower level, if you look at the organization chart, I think it was Mary or Ann, can't pour wine. If someone comes in and they want a testing, they have to get someone higher, a tasting, they have to get someone higher up to pour them some wine. And she made the comment that it was because she poured too much, which kind of brings me to my next one. My next sign of bad culture, which was poor internal communication. They gossip, like it's not a good work environment. They're not communicating well. The comment about, oh, she doesn't want me to pour, or she didn't want me to, they say I pour too much, was said to Dr. Michaels, whereas they should have been communicating as a team about what the problems were and identifying, you know, why is it that they don't want you to pour? Apparently she pours too much. Of course, she's pouring too much. That's less product that they're not, I mean, that's more product that they're not selling. So just an issue there. And then poor management and leadership. Mr. Main is doing the best he can. I think he thinks that he's doing what's in the best interest of the company, but he's not necessarily moving in the right steps to improve the company. And then a focus on profits. We have Jillian, who is on the second level of management, who walks the floor and kind of just observes who she observes what the people are doing. And when she's not doing that, she's looking at old sales reports from previous years. While that's fine, we'll kind of go into it later. It's a bunch of stuff Jillian could be doing during her free time when she's not watching them pour the stuff, but we'll kind of get to that later. And then lastly, before we move on to low morale, we had an issue with the mission statement. I think it says something like, in wine, there's truth, in good wine, there's hard work. And then, but family makes the wine come to life. And that's real catchy and cute. But when it comes to a mission statement, what message are you sending to your organization? What mission, what vision, what goal, what are you communicating to your staff? Your mission statement, of course, is for your customers as well, but the staff is not really getting anything from that. Okay, so that brings us to our next point, low morale. Morale is extremely low right now, and it's low because nobody really wants to be there. In Dr. Michael's interview with Mr. Main, he kind of talked about a young lady who was working there who left, who didn't feel like she could move up in the company, but he felt like she didn't, she had limitations on what she could do there. But I think this whole hierarchy is what set limitations. This is not a organization where people can kind of flow around and do different things. Everybody has an assigned job that they're responsible for doing, and it's not really flexible. So in turn, you know, no one wants to be there. Sales are low, and then you have turnover. If I don't think I can grow somewhere, particularly like younger staff members, if they don't think they can grow and this is not an organization they could retire from, then they're not going to stay. So, you know, you got some turnover, voluntary and involuntary. Okay, and then lastly, I got a picture of our hierarchy. This is his organizational chart. Mr. Main was very proud of that. He said it gave him some professionalism by having it displayed. So you got Mr. Main at the top, Susie, then Jillian and Bob, and then you see the people that kind of fall under Jillian. It's nothing wrong with having an organizational chart. As a matter of fact, it's good, but it's too to the point where no one is going to take on any extra responsibilities. People feel like they have to stay in line. And then you got Jillian that's kind of not, she's in a place where she wants to be in charge, but she has Diane and Ann who are under her but yet she's watching Mary. You know, Diane should be observing Mary and giving feedback and it's not to say that upper management can't, but the focus is not where it needs to be. And so you have this thing where you think it's professional, but you're not utilizing it the best that you could. So we're going to kind of just go into some more issues that kind of more ways that we saw organizational culture in our next slide by James.
All right, our secondary issues are some of the other issues dealing with the winery and the organizational perspective of the winery is the lack of direction from the owner. Mr. Main was saying some things of he wanted to be the family-oriented type of business, but yet it's still some of the information that the consultant was looking at was dealing with not of the family type, and he also was looking at the information in regards to being a business and the functionality of a business. So there were some lack of direction from the owner because it was not a persistent, it was not a constant direction. Excessively layered organizational system. So therefore, it was dealing with different types of organizational systems. It wasn't a straightforward, this is what we are going to do. This is how it's going to be ran, and it's going to be ran successfully based upon the information that was given. No job satisfaction. So therefore, because of the no job satisfaction, it was a high turnover. You, again, like Lauren said at the beginning, it was a high turnover that people were continuing to leaving. If they were not happy or if they're not successful, they were leaving. No referrals. Another part of it was dealing with no referrals. So they didn't have the surveys and the information given in regards to how the organization was doing. And finally, survey results did not mirror the revenue. So they were not making, it was not conducive to each other in regards to the results mirroring the revenue. So now we're going to look at our gathering data from Papasha and Wayne. Wayne.
All right, so when I was looking at the data gathering analysis, I was trying to think about, some of the characteristics of what she did, of what Dr. Michaels did. And as we've been talking about, obviously observations, interviews, and documentations are important. And when she first showed up to the winery, she did ask for the org chart, and she did collect a couple of samples of documents up front, took those back to her room, and then obviously looked over those. The next thing I saw her do that was interesting is when she went in the next day, she focused in on observations. So she focused on what she was seeing. So she was looking at if there was people there, what the employees were doing. She went from like a wide scale to a narrow scale, looking at the entire movement of everything, and then focused in on individual conversations. And she had some conversations with individual employees. And she was able to, by doing those observations, get some more information from employees under Jillian, not very satisfied with how some of the things were running in the company. One thing I noticed and I wanted to point out from the Merriam text too was that she conducted the observations as an observer, as participant. And I thought that would be important to point out because in the text, they talk about 4 different ways you observe. And so in this case, she is mostly observing. That's her primary role, but the employees know she's there. They know what she's there for. I won't get into all the other types. We can talk about that later if we need to, but that was her role. So she sat in on meetings. They all knew who she was from the previous experience. And then she just kept notes based on what she was seeing. And something else I noticed was obviously when you're making observations, you want to note important things. Not everything's important. So she did try to focus in on certain aspects. And a lot of that was how the employees interacted with customers and how employees interacted with each other. At the company meeting, she did sit down to observe that. I think it's a monthly meeting. And it's kind of funny because she sat down in, I guess, quote unquote, someone's assigned seat. So she did find that it was a very formalized setting, even though there was no agenda or no direction in the meeting. The meeting wasn't very long, but everybody seemed to have their own seat. And Mr. Main, the CEO, was at the head of the table, was very structured that way. And it almost seemed like you set according to your position. That's the way I took it. And so that's a couple of things she noticed was the assigned seating, and that the staff didn't really seem prepared for the meeting because there was no agenda, there was no kind of direction with where they were going or the purpose of it. And then the other part of the data analysis or data collection, I guess, that I mentioned was the interviews. So after she'd made those observations and made some notes that night, went back and then she started doing interviews with the employees. And again, because the text broke this up into different types of interview structures, I wanted to make a note that she, according to what I saw, did a semi-structured interview, which meant that she had structured questions up front, but then kind of varied how she asked questions after those multiple choice questions. So according to the reading, it looks like she kind of based her quote unquote open-ended questions based on the responses she got from the survey. So I didn't have enough information from the case to go into how we could categorize the interview based on philosophy or discipline, but that's probably relevant to this. But from my perspective, I just wanted to analyze her actual data collecting methods and notice that she did use observations and interviews up front, which I thought was pretty interesting. So with that, I'll go ahead and pass it on to Bipasha to wrap up the data gathering analysis.
So as per Dr. Michaels, she felt that there was a lack of integrity. So integrity where, the employee should know what is right from wrong and bring their best, if not all the issues to the manager in office while other employees were working. That's what she saw. And addressing employees' issues with management. So they should have respect, treating others the way you want to be treated, responsibility, embrace opportunities to contribute. They were lacking sportsmanship, where you bring the best to all the competition, and servant leadership, where you serve for the common good. I mean, go out of your way and serve. Like, you cannot say, I don't know how much to pour, or ask the customer whether you need more or not. Customer survey, she added, Dr. Michaels, as Wayne said, that she added some open-ended questions to Mr. Wayne's original simple Likert scale survey, like what customers really liked or disliked about the winery. And she hired 2 college students to hand the surveys. Resolute was rated lower than River Creek or Wine Wonderland. Recommendation, what we came up with, as most of the points were covered by Lorraine in central issue. An action plan can be put together with emphasis on short-term goals and company change, which could include cross-training employees for different tasks. Cross-training will help the employees to develop new skills and knowledge outside their immediate role. It is the most effective method for improving both individual and organizational performance. Improve orientation and onboarding will set a tone for the entire employee experience, focusing on things like company culture, employee development, and frequent check-ins show new hires that their experience at the company is very important. Onboarding the right way can help employees feel more connected to the organization and its mission, vision, and values. Organization with strong onboarding process improve new hire retention by 82%. And we also recommend recognition and incentive programs where not only it will help employees work harder and take more pride in the task at hand, they are also linked to reduce employee turnovers. Employees respond to appreciation at work, and especially when it's expressed through recognition of their efforts, because it confirms their work is valued. Simple thank you goes a long way and will not only make your employees feel good, but will actually benefit your business in the process.
Excellent.
So any questions or feedback?
Again, we have two completely different organizations here. One is scale and one is small. We have to use slightly varying techniques because of the size of one organization versus the other. But the problem that these organizations have is the same, is retention. Now, the cause of that is not, although they have the same problem, the cause of the problem is not the same. That's one of the things that the consultant, again, that one trick pony I've talked about, oh, you've got a retention problem, here's your solution. That we have to avoid that. We have to do our work, documents, observations, interviews. We have to do our work. There is a process for us. I like that you put incentives in there. A lot of what we have to do as consultants is we have to make sure we incentivize people to participate in our process. That's a big part of, unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, that's a big part of what we do. Is we have to incentivize people, or at least we have to be careful not to disincentivize them, as we talked about with the last case. So this case, although the context is different in terms of manufacturing versus a winery, we have the same problems, but our solutions are going to be much different because the cause of the problem is different. You can stop your share now. And let me speak to that quickly. I mentioned that I wore Vicky out this week and made her listen to my sermon on Hertzberg, on satisfiers and dissatisfiers. But that's very important when we look at retention. Retention, the issue is satisfiers, dissatisfiers, going back to Hertzberg. And what we know is that the leader of organization cannot be a satisfier. You have to get your satisfaction from the actual work that you do, but you can be a dissatisfier. So the problem in the two cases that we've seen this morning with Dixie and with the case of wine, they both have a retention problem. The reason why people are leaving Dixie is because of working conditions. They're bad. No amount of their supervisor being kind to them is ever going to change that. The supervisor can only be a dissatisfier. They can't be a satisfier. And so they're leaving for that reason. So our initiatives have to be based on, like you're talking about, working conditions, safety, training, and all those kinds of things. All right. We look at the case of wine. In that case, Mr. Main, the problem there is the leadership is a dissatisfier. If you've ever been to Napa Valley, you couldn't ask for a more beautiful place to work. Work in a winery, I mean, the conditions, there's no heavy lifting. Get to drink wine and hang out with nice people every day. Don't have a bunch of drunks come drifting in Napa Valley. I mean, you're working with a very upper class clientele. You're working in a nice place. It's heated, it's air conditioned, it's climate controlled. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better working environment. But the reason why people are leaving there is the leader is a dissatisfier. Again, you can't be a satisfier, but you can be a dissatisfier. And so this problem is the same, but the causes are different. And so your solutions would have to be different. Again, don't be a one-trick pony. Oh, retention's your problem. This is your fix. No, that's not true. And too many times, if we are the people who are employing the solution or implementing the plan, we tend to find what we do. And the whole notion of consultancy is you find what's there. You find what's there instead of what you do. And the same problem does not have the same root cause. That's the juxtaposition from data gathering is from the data gathering, you're supposed to say, aha, while retention is the problem at Dixie, it's the working conditions. And you're supposed to say, aha, in the case of wine, retention is the problem, but it's not the working condition. They couldn't be better. It's lack of leadership or dysfunctional leadership that's causing dissatisfaction in people to leave this. Same exact problem, but very different causes would require very different solutions. But again, we work through our process, documents, observations, and then interviews. Now, in the interviews, you made a good point about survey and open-ended. Sometimes we take and collect our quantitative data first, and then we form our interview questions. Or when we have predefined themes, when we're EMIC, when we're inside the organization, we can do what Vic did. We can ask the questions and the open-ended at the same time because we are a part of, we've created that EMIC environment. We're a part of that environment. We're a part of that organization. Now, Stacia is not part of Hickory Nut Gap Farms. So she's doing a Denison culture survey to begin with. She's doing her quantitative separate from her qualitative because she's not a part of that. That's the proper technique. We fit the technique to the situation. We can't be one-trick ponies on solutions or techniques. We're trying to learn what the range is and what the ethical treatment is and what's best practice. And so even though we have two people in the same cohort that are working in organizations and they're both in that data collection, they're doing it differently because of the perspective that they're doing it from. There's no right or wrong answer here. In terms of overall, there's a wrong solution. And so Vic's doing the right thing because she's a part of she is a member of that organization. Stacia's doing the right thing because she's not. And so we have to understand what the rules are, what's best practices are, what the ethical concern is. Again, we don't have the same solution for every problem. It's called, why do we have that problem? We have to dig a little deeper. We have to work through our process. All right, we have one more presentation today. Jonathan's group. All right, y'all are rolling.
Okay, guys, I can run the presentation if you want. Oh no. Ooh. Yikes. All right, there we go. All right, so Angie is starting whenever you're ready.
Okay, so we did the same case as the prior group. We did a case of wine assessing the organizational culture at Resolute Winery by Stacia Harris, Jonathan Davis, and Angie Martin. So the learning objectives from this case was to recognize and analyze simple but subtle clues of an organization's culture, to engage a client and develop a data gathering strategy, to analyze data and make recommendations to the client. So as a part of the summary of what was happening in the winery, we know that Dr. Marlene Michaels was hired by Conrad Main as a consultant to help improve the work environment at the Resolute Winery. Resolute Winery started out as a family business where all family members were employed in the winery. In the beginning, Grandpa handled all the interviews with 2 questions before starting someone on job training. Conrad Main was the last family member, and as a result, had to hire what he called outsiders. That included an HR consultant who felt structure was needed, so she added an organizational chart. And so that showed that he obviously had no spouse or children himself. so that it remains a family business. But here we do see that one of the main issues is that he called his employees or coworkers, he called them outsiders. So when you say you wanted to make it feel like a family, the last thing you need to do is call someone an outsider. The personnel turnover was high, so that meant that organizational charts changed frequently. And one of my pet peeves about organizational chart is the names on it. I usually like just putting job titles on it, because if you have a high turnover rate, you'll be changing that chart all the time. One of the things they did, they offered free wine tastings that seemed to be very popular. It resulted in 50% of the business, but they needed to increase the foot traffic to help increase revenue. So some other things that happen is that repeat customers were not returning. The employee morale is low. The mistrust between employees towards customers. The clerk wanted to know why the consultant wanted to see Mr. Main. From that, I concluded that she was either both nosy and protective, since he was elderly. There was no employee engagement. Mr. Main did not enter the winery. The two managers, Bob and Jillian, there was not too much engagement there. Bob is not really mentioned too much, but then they talk about Jillian spent most of her time in the office just watching employees. So to me, those two positions were non-value added to me. Although they rotated responsibilities, they did not help each other if one got overwhelmed. Diane had to get approval from Jillian to get more wine, and Diane overpoured, so she had to call Mary to pour wine every time for a free tasting. The meetings were often canceled or cut short, and Mr. Main did most of the speaking and no one took notes, and they had assigned seats. So the problem that was ascertained by Dr. Michaels was that it was the culture. She was saying that your dream and your reality doesn't match. Now we've learned that Peter Drucker said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So if culture is the issue, how are you changing that culture? So we do need to come to a point that we need to realize when it is time to even change the mission statement, when it doesn't match what you're doing now. In the Dennison book, the Domino's CEO stated that change is good. Change is not a criticism of the past. It just means that the future is going to be different.
So we wanted to take a look at some of the data that we thought Dr. Michaels should be gathering as part of her consultancy. So first up, wanted to have her do maybe a new survey design, an employee survey design. Either she could come up with it or have a third party do it. We understand that she did have some survey that had a Likert scale of a 0 to 10 ranking, but we felt that that might have been a little bit too broad to actually get some good helpful data. And the case study also mentioned that she asked 2 to 4 questions depending on how the survey was answered. And we just thought those open-ended questions needed to be very specific and very pointed, and they needed to go to all of the employees, no matter how they answered the Likert scale questions. We thought that she should specifically interview employees on work environment, and again, be real specific about the themes that she's getting at and the topics that she needs to learn more about. As you know, the other group mentioned, she realizes fairly quickly that something wonky is going on with the culture of this organization. And so if she goes and asks really vague questions, she's not going to get any helpful information. So we also thought that everyone who was currently employed should have a job skills assessment. Are they in the right seat on the bus? And that sort of dovetails into the org chart that Mr. Main had the wherewithal to hire an HR consultant to build for him. But we wanted to know where this chart came from. Why was it structured the way it was structured? Why were people put into the places where they were put? Because there could be some validity in kind of why people were placed where they were, but we don't know what that is. And the consultant also did this a bit of a market analysis on her way to her first meeting with Mr. Main. She stopped at a competing winery and was able to observe a more friendly, a more kind of happy and excited environment at the competing winery, and it was in real stark contrast when she walked into Resolute Winery, as the other group discussed, just right out of the gate. One of the employees, before the employee knew that Ms. Michaels was there as a consultant, just came out and said, "I'm not allowed to pour," which is kind of weird and strange. We want Dr. Michaels to also review any meeting notes. We understand there aren't very many agendas for those meetings, but if there is an agenda, we want to see them. So what were some of the messages that were being communicated to staff? What were some of the priorities that they were given, if they were given any at all? We'd love for her to review some past performance reviews if those occurred. And then most importantly, she sensed this a little bit, the employees need to feel heard and valued, and feel that they're properly trained for the job that they've been given. And so a part of the data she gathers should answer that question. So we know going into it that Mr. Main, before he brought on Dr. Michaels, struck out on his own to try to sort of solve his problem. He recognized that there was a problem, and Jonathan will get into this a little bit later. So, he threw a bunch of kind of random programs at his staff, but there was no research to go into why he chose what he chose. And frankly, Mr. Main helped create the troubled culture that he's in. So how can he gather any data without being biased? We felt that his eyes were not the right set of eyes to really understand the issues, the deep issues that were affecting the organization. He's too entrenched with the problems of the organization to be able to find those effective solutions. He recognizes that there is a problem, but he just doesn't understand how to come up with a strategy to fix it. So part of one of his sort of random program implementations that he thought might make a difference was creating an anonymous employee feedback program. As we've discussed, it only received one response, and it wasn't anonymous. He very quickly figured out who had put in that feedback. And he knew who gave the feedback and immediately disregarded it. He didn't value it, and really it was good feedback. He should have followed up with what the employee said, and I believe it was stated. This employee felt that people were really pigeonholed into their job and they weren't allowed to think outside the box. And they understood that Mr. Main wanted it to feel like a, quote, family atmosphere, but this particular person never felt like it was a family. And so he really should have followed up and figured out if that was a consistent feeling among his staff. So the other issue is he didn't really dig deeper into his customer satisfaction data. He knows that customer referrals are crucial to his business, but he's just not working hard enough to find out why his customers aren't satisfied and why they're not suggesting his winery to their friends. So as the owner, does he need to be more committed to following up with these customers, whether it's with a phone call, with an email, or maybe even offering coupons for referrals? So again, he tried to do his own customer satisfaction survey, and that was kind of part of the problem. So without knowing the exact questions that he asked, we don't know how he gathered the data, but he says the data is positive. He said something like the questions that he asked mostly were answered 7 out of 8 or 9 out of 10 or something like that. So in his mind, he's seeing it as a positive feedback. But again, the surveys need to be valid and reliable, and without knowing what survey he used, we don't really know if the data that he gathered really tells a true story. And so here's a look at some of the different methods that Dr. Michaels used when she came in as part of her consultancy. So first up, daily observation. This proved to be a very valuable tool. As we mentioned before she went to her initial meeting, she visited the competition and was able to observe a more functional and team-oriented staff. And then she was able to observe and document some of the friction and apathy among the Resolute Winery staff. She visited the establishment as a customer, and as I mentioned, she saw some concerning behaviors from the employees. So again, it was an employee told she wasn't pouring right, but no one was following up with this employee to train her how to do it properly. She observed disengagement during meetings, and then observed a lack of oversight from Mr. Main. The company meetings themselves, as we've discussed, Mr. Main admitted to a lack of agenda and many canceled meetings. There's little interest or engagement from staff or upper management. There's a lack of focus and no clear expectations set during the meeting. The employee surveys and interviews, again, the Likert scale was a pretty good tool. The open-ended questions could be valid only if they were very pointed and very specific to specific issues that Dr. Michaels was exploring. Then the case also mentioned that she did a values exercise with staff, which she basically showed them 50 words and said, choose the ones that I guess would apply to your ideal job or something of that nature. And she had them narrow down from 50 to 20 to 10 to 1. And so we thought this was kind of an interesting exercise, and it could provide some helpful feedback, but without knowing the exact words that she used, it was somewhat difficult to assess. People could perceive those words differently, and that could skew the results. And then, then there's the issue of if someone on staff, English wasn't their first language, they'd be looking at 50 words and not necessarily understanding or perceiving the correct meaning. So finally is the customer survey. We think a key survey question should be, would you refer a friend to Resolute Winery? Why or why not? The past surveys, again, are unclear. We don't know how they were built. We don't know what they were asked. The customers seem kind of happy with their experience, but really they're not happy enough to refer their friends. Jonathan?
So looking at some of the other solutions that they tried, they had a suggestion box for complaints. Stacia talked about that. The customer surveys that were designed by a former employee, the Employee of the Month program, which was not based on performance. It was just picked at random. Those were the owner's own words. And then they tried the fish philosophy, which is a bit like putting lipstick on a pig. In this case, the efforts lasted 2 weeks. And, as we know from data, we need about 60 days worth of rinse and repeat and practice before, this becomes a habit, right? I actually worked for an organization that implemented the fish philosophy. I actually wasn't there during the implementation, but while I was there, I experienced what it was like to work in that type of environment. And it was a difficult fit there as well. It was a hospital in South Carolina. Next slide. I wanted to look back at the organizational chart here, and Jillian is there on the left. There's been some discussion about how she just kind of watched the employees. There was a story in the narrative of the case study where basically she came out and had told an employee what to do with some glasses and some napkins, maybe it was, and then stood there and watched her do it for 10 minutes before she was satisfied enough to walk off and go do something else. I mean, just a true, micromanagement style. I mean, this is a winery, check out this organizational chart. He felt like it added some professionalism. I think it was Lauren that said something about that earlier. And, all it did was create unnecessary structure. I mean, it's crazy just how much structure there is in this organization. You look at the servers down there, Mary and Paul, and how far away they are in the organizational chart from Mr. Mann, and there's only 10 people in the whole organization. Next. So if you had to pick, where this team or where this organization was on, forming, storming, norming, or performing or adjourning, where would you say it fell? I think everybody would say that, it was adjourning. And if you look at, the narrative of Mr. Mann, who it was started as a family organization and now everybody's kind of died. Mr. Mann to me is this sad guy who owns a winery who is, kind of nostalgic for the way things used to be, but has created an environment where it's impossible for things to be the way they used to be. And the crazy thing is, if things were the way they used to be, I think they would be performing more like the other 2 wineries that were mentioned, which Dr. Michaels actually stopped in and did a taste test and experienced what it was like there. Next slide. We identified, and it was already identified in the case study, that this was a cultural problem, that culture change was needed. You can look at various different models of culture change. I mean, we have to remember that this is a small organization. And I mean, honestly, it can be very easy to change this culture. You don't have that many people. There's just not that much complexity here to the problem. In fact, I think 90% of what Dr. Michaels needed to know, she experienced after she finished her taste test, having gone to the other 2 wineries and then eventually to this winery to get a taste test. By the time she saw Mr. Mann, which was right after that taste test, I think she had 90% of what she needed to help solve this problem. But I want to point out the very bottom one there that looks at business results as a very simplistic model for addressing cultural issues, particularly in a small organization. It's simple, it's easy to remember. And notice that the foundation of the culture change is mission, vision, values, and values awareness. And when we look at, the case study, and I think Lauren also mentioned this from the previous group's review of this, that when Mr. Mann was asked about the mission of the organization, he kind of just said, mission, well, Grandpa, he always said this about wine, and there was a sign hanging on the wall. And there was no thought out mission. It was just a saying that his grandfather liked that hung on the wall. And that's not a mission for an organization. How do you get behind, just some saying that's on a wall without any input from employees? It's something that some guy, printed off the internet 30 years ago and hung it on a wall. Next slide. So, looking at some of the recommendations, employees need to be involved in the reinvention of this organization, starting with establishing mission and vision with employee input, setting some goals and doing some strategic planning, eliminating the hierarchy, flattening the organization, transitioning or eliminating micromanagers. Mr. Main needs to get into the tasting room and work with those people. That you can tell that he kind of wants the family atmosphere, and he enjoys. And he told stories about how his grandfather enjoyed working in the tasting room and kind of directing people to help customers, and just liked that experience. And I think to help Mr. Mann, be more approachable, more recognizable, to make it feel more like a family atmosphere, you need the guy at the top working the front lines as well. So looking at the issue, Angie talked about the free taste test. Well, the free taste test was you had to pay $6 to get a souvenir glass before you could do the taste test. We're selling wine, not Monavie, Monavie, the more Monavie you buy, you just go broke. But the more free wine you taste, you just buy more wine, right? That's the way it works. It's got this stuff in it called alcohol. It sells itself. That's the idea behind the free tasting. You go to the Biltmore House. Now, given you do have to pay like $50 or $60 to get in there, but you go to the wine room, it's you free tasting. And then when you're done, they funnel you through the sales room where you see all those bottles you just tasted. And the more you drank while you were standing there tasting the wine, the more you bought when you went through the sales room, right? I mean, I don't have to be a statistician just to guesstimate that the amount of free wine you drink is correlated with the amount that you will buy when you go through the sales room, right? Eliminate the assigned parking out in the, there's 10 employees and 3 of them had assigned parking right outside, so that, even further reinforce that hierarchy. Employees are the first. So one thing was that the employees never got to taste the wine. Like, they were expected to sell wine that they didn't even get to taste. So how do you sell something when you don't even know, what you're selling? And then when Mr. Mann was asked, well, can we get free taste? Oh yeah, sure, we can do that. And then asked Jillian to pour it for them after their shift, after the work was done, not during the work, but after work was done. You could stay after and we'll pour you some wine to taste. So I just thought that was insane. I think some additional things that can be done is to help this organization get back to its glory days is probably some narrative inquiry with Mr. Mann or Mr. Main, whatever his name is. trying to, you go to wineries and you look at you always get a story about the winery, right? There's always a story that goes along with the winery, and more often than not, it's a story about the family, right? And we need to capture that, but we also need to do some narrative inquiry with other employees to kind of mesh those stories together into what we feel like or what we see this company becoming. There's a lot of difference between what the employees are expecting and what Mr. Main is expecting the organization to be. One of them had said, well, family, this isn't family, family's at home. That's a paradigm that needs to be dealt with there. And then I just wanted to point out the steps to observation on page 141 of the Merriam book, What to Observe. It goes through physical setting, the participants, activities and interactions, conversations, subtle factors, your own personal behaviors. These are things that Dr. Michaels went through as she stopped in these other places, and then she came to this environment, this winery, and did the same thing. Next slide. So not to completely discredit the quantitative side of, what it takes to run a winery, I just wanted to point out a couple examples of dashboards that can take some quantitative data and some qualitative data and kind of mesh it together so that an organization can kind of see where they're going. So I'm not saying that they need to strictly focus on the sales numbers, but I think automating that end of things, automating the sales side of it and analysis on the sales will help free Mr. Main and Jillian up to kind of focus on the serious quality issues and cultural issues that they have in the organization. So this can be an easy way to kind of put the data on autopilot. And the next page shows just another example of another customer satisfaction dashboard, which would be more on the qualitative end, right? And yes. I think that wraps us up.
Okay. Questions or comments? All right, some takeaways here as we wrap up, and I'm glad we had the two cases that we could do. Customer satisfaction surveys are the only time that I would use a 10-point Likert scale. Again, if we're doing survey work, people inside the organization, not the customers, people inside, usually binary. We want to know if they agree or disagree with something. We need more focused data from inside. It's okay to do a Likert scale of 1 to 10 if you're doing net promoter score, which is customer satisfaction. A couple of those questions always should be, would you recommend this to friends or family, or would you do this again? You should always have those two questions in your customer satisfaction survey. Again, that's the only time I'll accept seeing a 10-point Likert scale. I'm always concerned with corporations that talk about, or companies that talk about, we're a family. That's hard to achieve if you're not an actual family member. I'm not sure it's attainable. I'm sorry. I would like to think in the world that you could, but I'm enough of a pragmatist or realist to know that people work for money, and there's job satisfaction, there's satisfiers, dissatisfiers, but at the end, nobody is going to be as involved in it as family members who are sharing in those profits. So that's one of those things as a consultant. I would try to avoid family businesses or people who claim that they are but don't have families who work there. I like that you pointed out that observations by consultants shouldn't just always be in the actual place that you're consulting with. One of my doctorals, it's been a while back, was her project was to do a program evaluation. And one of the things that we, or I guess I'll blame myself here, that I had her do was to visit 3 other similar programs, organizations across the state of North Carolina. to put in context what she saw. I mean, if you've never seen anything else, if you don't know what that organization is, and you've never seen anything else. And so I had her do one in the mountains, one in the Piedmont, and one on the coast. I thought that was, relevant to what she was trying to do, to see it from different perspectives. And so I think, again, observations are not just at the place where you're consulting. You can do some outside observations as well. And then the last thing on this is don't reinvent the wheel. There are tools out there, and that was one of the things that Jonathan presented at the end for that group is there's existing tools. There's a big existing, like Denison, there's existing culture and climate stuff. There's existing job satisfaction. There's existing dashboards for customer satisfaction. You don't have to do something that's customized down to the nth degree. Use the tools that you learned in the first 4 classes. That's why we taught them, or they taught you so. That's why they taught those two. You don't reinvent the wheel. Use things that are there, that are available. They're good. Now, last thing before I talk about my list of, you see, I've got a little list for each of these sections. I'm old, I have to write it down. Last thing I want to talk about is Walmart right quick. The PACE group at Gardner Webb, which does organizational consulting and does training, they got hired by Walmart and didn't do any of the things that we've talked about today. They didn't go there. They didn't look for documents. They didn't look for data. They didn't observe. They didn't interview. They didn't do anything. Because when they got hired, that group is a one-trick pony. They do sales. And so the problem is when Walmart hired them, and I was part of the group, and so when we're going to go out, no, we'll do that. And so I told them after the first morning that I would finish my obligation. I was doing a community service segment. And I said, after that, I'll be done. Don't call me ever again. You didn't do any of the work, any of the background. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. No, you've proven already you don't. We were having this conversation at lunch in a public forum. Don't call on me ever again. And they said, well, why? I said, well, you do realize that we're not at the retail store Walmart. We're at the distribution center. Now, I know this is highly complicated, but stay with me here. At the Walmart distribution center in Shelby, they take boxes off big trucks and put them on smaller trucks. That's what they do. That's their entire job. That's it. I've explained the entire business model to you. Explain to me where sales comes in on that. It's a warehouse environment. And so that morning when we opened up, the first person, he got up and did a motivational sales speech. I can't make this up. This was that big contract that Gardner Webb announced a partnership with Walmart for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Very first segment was sales. Well, what do you mean? We're a warehouse. Well, we take boxes off big trucks and put them on smaller trucks. What's that got to do with sales? Well, nothing. And so they had this guy. Now, not only was that inappropriate, the guy they got to do it was even more inappropriate. He reminded me of the old Chris Farley gag on Saturday Night Live, the motivational speaker. This was that guy. He was that bad. And I said, that was on Monday morning. On Tuesday, when we had lunch, and I said, no, I can't be a part of this. You didn't follow the process. To go in and be a consultant in this. And then, of course, by Wednesday, Walmart had canceled the contract. Walmart canceled the contract and said, we'll pay you like $3,500 for the day, the people that were out there, but that other $500,000 that was in the pipeline, it's no bueno, we're done. We were in and out by Wednesday. Started on Monday and we were in and out by Wednesday because we didn't follow any of these processes that we've talked about. When people are paying you, they demand professionalism. They demand that you follow the processes. And they could already see where this was going. And the person who was in charge of this said, well, you know, I don't understand. So they didn't give us a chance. They recognized the first segment of the first day that you had a solution that had nothing to do with their problem, that you were a one-trick pony. And when they're paying money, that they demand better than that. And he said, but we've got a contract. They said, sue us. We'd love to take this to court. And so in the end, you got to understand about consultancy is these people are paying, and you've got to follow your process. Quantitative, qualitative, there are rules. You've got to follow the process, which leads me to my final thing, and I'm right on my time here. Your qualitative and quantitative data projects, they're not that involved, folks. First thing I want to know is what's the problem you're trying to address? Have you identified the problem? See, that's what we didn't do at Walmart. And I say Gardner Webb, that's what we didn't identify what their problem was. We assumed that their problem, because they're a retailer, sales. But this was a warehouse environment. This was the distribution center. What is the problem you're seeking to address? That's the first thing. Second thing is what data do I need to develop a plan to address that problem? Let me be clear on that. What data do I need to develop a plan? I'm going to develop a plan to address that. What data do I need for that plan? What data do I need? And then how am I going to collect it? Qualitative, quantitative. How am I going to, for each of those, how am I going to collect that data? And then how I'm going to analyze that data. And then that will lead to my plan. It's just that simple. This is not rocket science. What is the problem I'm trying to fix? What data do I need? How am I going to collect that data? And then how am I going to analyze that data? And so everything that we've learned in these first 3 case studies, we've now done the quantitative, we've introduced the qualitative to the point where you should have, with all the first 4 classes with your knowledge, you should have your bag of tricks. You should be able to say to me now, this is the corporation, or this is what I want to be able to answer for these people. This is the problem that I want to solve. Don't make it multiple problems. This is the problem that I am trying to solve. This is the issue that I would like to address. This is the data that I need to do that. This is how I'm going to go get that data, and this is how I'm going to analyze this data. Now, I always get a question, do we have to do this? No, this is a proposal. I prefer that you don't, that you get this together, and then, as I told you, I don't, consultancy really happens in the last 3 to 4 semesters of the program. That's when you go out there, collect your data, identify your problems, what data you need, collect it, and then analyze it. And then at the end, you can kind of drop them off a plan. But that generally comes in the last 2 semesters. So if you haven't started any of this, you're okay. This is not, remember, consultancy is, we're going to move on. Yeah, if you see multiple problems, you just pick one. Absolutely. You just pick one. You just pick one. We're not trying to correct everything that's wrong with them. Like in the Dixie weaving example, I love it when we pick that one, is that they've got what, 8 or 10 identifiable problems. We would just pick one of those, just one. The one that I'd pick would be training. But that's different than maintenance. That's a whole other problem. I would pick training because I would have some expertise in that. Not a lot, but I'd have some. So that's one that I would pick, as if I were doing my consultancy at Dixie Weaving, I'd pick up on, I know they've got, again, 8 or 10 identified, that the group this morning identified, but I would pick one. And I think, I think the linchpin for that is training. But again, we've got data collection, we've got incentivized. I mean, all that being said, we're going to have to go through the process even for that one. There's a process to how we do consultancy. process, and it mirrors that of research because that's what it is. And there are rules along the way that you have to observe. You have to have your ethical concern in place. You can't be biased and say in the end, I know I'm going to recommend this solution because that's what I sell. That's what I do. That's what Gardner Webb did. The business department, the marketing folks, this is what they do is sales. And so that's, this is your problem, is sales. But we're a warehouse. We take boxes off big trucks and put them on littler trucks. Your problem is sales. Because the people who put this together were the marketing people. That's what they do. That's the people who run the pace. Why do they run that? Is to make money. They're marketing. They want to make money. And so that's what they do. And so whatever your problem is, their solution is more sales. That's all they do. But Gardner Webb is expecting, Walmart was expecting Gardner Webb to send a team out and kind of figure out, because the HR people hired them. The problem was, and what they would have told you if you'd asked them is we have a warehouse environment. We have different genders and different ethnicities working here, and they don't get along well. And we get a lot of complaints from the women about the men's behavior, and we get a lot of complaints about, misogyny and sexual harassment and those kinds of things. We get a lot of complaints from our minority employees about some of the things that are I guess majority, I won't say that, but our what white folks say all the time, or Caucasians. We've got problems here. That's why we've called you. You noticed that there was a national initiative, this was a couple of years ago, from Walmart about diversity, and they put all this money behind it. And so all the different groups in Walmart were given grant money up, that warehouse was given up to $1 million, this big distribution center, to address these, this was 2017 was the Me Too movement. Everybody got that. You could argue it went too far. Some would argue it didn't go far enough. But as a response to the Me Too movement, what did Walmart do? And you can Google it and read this. They said that we're going to, different groups, we'll give them up to $1 million to address these issues. And so in 2018, the warehouse, the big distribution center there in Shelby of Walmart, came to Gardner Webb and said, we've got this money, we'd like to address our problems. And the PACE group went out there and gave them a sales pitch. Brought these people in off the warehouse floor and gave them a motivational sales pitch. And they were like, what the heck? And I was sitting there across from the lady. I positioned myself so I could observe her. She was madder than damn it. Just to be blunt. And we didn't make it past Wednesday. So that's real life, folks. That's what happens. Know what you're trying to solve. Make sure that they're in agreement. This is our problem. This is what we'd like for you to address. Or this is an issue for us. This is what we would like for you to address. Don't assume that because they're manufacturing, or don't assume because they're sales. Do the work. What problem is I'm trying to address? We've come to an agreement with the consultancy partner. This is what we're trying to address. What data do I need? How am I going to collect it, both qualitative and quantitatively? Am I going to do convergent design, where I try to, collect qualitative and quantitative and compare the two, or am I going to do an extension of that? A continuous design where we take like Vic's doing, where I take this and ask them the questions and only expand on the same thing on the open-ended. Am I going to do that? Go back and look at your designs. And then how am I going to analyze it? Am I going to look for themes? Am I going to do a distribution of the survey? What am I going to do with that? How am I going to present that data in my analysis? And then I'm going to write a plan. And again, I don't expect you to write the plan now because you don't have the data to write it from, but you just say, I'm going to write a plan then. That's all you have to do for the plan. I'm going to write a plan. That's it. And then you're done. There is no part where you do, well, here's my implementation schedule for the plan. We stop at the plan. We stop at the plan. We don't do implementation. That's not part of consultancy. Too many times people come in with their projects and it's mostly based on implementation. We want to make sure that you get the methodology right that leads you to the plan, and then stop. That's what we're working on, is coming from here to here on methodology. We're honest, we're ethical, we use the right techniques, we're valid, we're reliable. We control for our biases, we do all the methodology right. Don't focus on implementation of your plan. I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear that. That's not what we do in consultancy. That's a different person that implements the plan. That's totally different from what we do. We're working on our methodology. All right, questions you have for me? Are you where you need to be on your consultancy? If you're not, talk with me now. Brad, again, I've worked with Barry. I went and made a personal visit with him. He's been under the weather. I'll follow up with him on Monday. I've got a backup plan. I've talked to Dr. Hamilton. We've got a backup plan in place. So hopefully I'll have some information for you early next week. I'll be back on campus Monday. So everybody else, if you need me, call me, email me. I'm always available to talk about your consultancy and where you are and what you need to do. Vic sent me some questions. We did a quick survey this week with her. Got it in Qualtrics pretty easily. She's at the editing phase now. She'll send it back to me. I'll copy it, send it back to her, and she'll be able to distribute it. It's pretty easy. And remember, we don't want surveys that are 100 questions long. All right, Angie, that'd be good. All right.
And Dr. Lamb, I have a question for you whenever
Yes.
it pops off. Bye, you guys.
All right. If you want to stay on after we get through. All right. All right. If you got questions, we'll stay on. I'm going to stop the record, and I'll stay on if any of you like to. If not, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Everybody stay safe. Get your shots. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Stop. Pause recording.